Welcome back to the day 3 of the Climate Action Young Leaders Summit. It's been an amazing journey, the third and final day where we try and solve the problems of climate. And how do we do that? First, understanding the climate change, the climate crisis, and the issues around it, and what are the roots and impacts. And that was our day 1, where we dwelled deep into some key aspects of what climate change is and how it is impacting the different aspects and different areas of the world. Then, second day, we understood the economics of climate crisis, how it is causing the capitalistic structure and bringing them down to its knees. How it is all happening, and what is the role of youth, how it is impacting different genders, different communities. So it's been some great aspects where we heard from different countries, point of views from different countries, and how young people are actually coming out and talking about what are the issues they're facing in their countries. Though we had most of the people from India, but just to give you a fact, 70% of the people who are in the summit are actually women. So it also says that, and one of the panel discussion also said that women are the most impacted, and women are the ones who are taking the lead as well. So today we have a lot of good panel discussions in which we have a lot of women talking about different issues, about individual changes, about entrepreneurship. Women are talking about entrepreneurship. This is great because we need that to happen. We need women to lead the world, because until that happens, the world is going to go down. And we see how it is happening. Recent cases in India, it's just been bad. 2020 has brought so many things which we can't just live with. And hopefully, going forward, the time will be better when women come into the power, and especially young women, because they are the ones who are most impacted. But how do we solve the problem? How do we get newer business ideas, newer things into picture? So I think with that, solving this climate crisis cannot be done until there are new and innovative solutions which are coming up, which would not only tackle climate but bring in more social justice, bring in more behavioral changes. So all of that combined only can actually solve this problem. And how we are going to talk about them. We're going to talk about some crazy new ideas, startups, how the fashion industry is changing, and so many good things we're going to discuss about today with amazing panelists from all around the world. And to start the session, we have Pratap with us, Pratap from the Climate Collective. And he'll be talking about the climate entrepreneurship, how the South Asia, the climate entrepreneurship ideas in South Asia. So I'm gonna just bring him on to the panel. If I can take a second of you. And
Sumit, it's
hi,
not.
Pratap, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, there we go. Great.
Yes, we can see you as well. Great. So hi, welcome, Pratap.
Great. Hi, thank you. Thank you very much.
So we're going to have a lot of discussions today. I just want to bring the agenda in front of everyone. So we're starting with Pratap. He's already here with us. You guys can see him online. Then there will be a panel discussion on what Pratap ends with. And how we'll also see some live examples of some entrepreneurs who are doing some work in the climate field. Then we'll also go into the individual choices and behavior change for climate action. And then we'll also explore the public health dimension of the climate change. And the second half of the day is about role of media and how cities can actually be the ones starting the change. And finally, we will end with the importance of collaboration, because until we all work together, it won't it won't be sustainable. Every idea needs more and more collaboration from everywhere. So that's how. Before again Pratap starts, I'm leaving you with a quiz, and once Pratap ends, we'll ask you the answer for this. So everyone who is watching us live on the Zoom webinar, or you are on YouTube or Facebook Live, just type in your answers here. which is the Pacific island bought a piece of land in Fiji due to looming danger of disappearing into the sea. So there is an island country which is in the danger of going into the sea because of the rising sea levels. So if you know the answer, please put in. And with this, I welcome Pratap. Pratap, you're gonna share your slides, so I'm just gonna stop this screen share, and you can let me see if
Great. I'll just start my talk and then I'll, oh, okay, great. These
yes,
are from
let
you.
me just allow this for you.
Great.
So, welcome, Pratap. It would be nice to know a little bit about you, about your work, before you dwell into the topic of climate entrepreneurship. Then we can, then you can basically people should know what is it that you are bringing on the table. So, thank you so much for joining us. I'm gonna sign off until you are speaking. So, over to you, Pratap.
All right, great. Thank you, Sumit. All right, thank you, everyone. It's nice to talk to more people who are interested in climate and action. I always take this opportunity to think that the more we share that there are ways we can actually do something about these problems that we face, especially entrepreneurship, which is my angle or where I've been focusing the last few years. Maybe quickly about myself to put it in context, I've been an entrepreneur for about 20 years. 25 years ago, I started as a banker doing all the bad stuff, funding the coal plants, the gas plants. Back in the 90s, there weren't too many options. I left 20 years ago to be an entrepreneur. And about 11 years ago, I moved to India. And 11 years ago, I started building solar and wind plants. 2009, there was something like 1 megawatt or so installed on the ground, grid connected in India. Today, there's 35,000 megawatts. So it's been an amazing transformation. I was in the solar wind business until about 2016 when prices fell so fast that it was great for everyone, but actually not so great for many of us on the business side. Maybe that's okay. What I've seen is there's been a fundamental change from 10 years back to today in terms of thinking about entrepreneurship for climate. 10 years back, especially in the renewable side, there was a lot of new entrepreneurs thinking about building solar and wind plants around the world. And the funny thing is, we've won that battle. If you see the data in India, I think 80 or 90% of all new uh, power plants installed in India have come from renewables, something like that. And that's true around the world practically. That's true in the US, which seems to be anti-climate. And for one obvious reason, the prices are below competition, right? Um, does that mean the battle is over? No. I mean, we have a significant amount of, let's say, renewables in this case, but we still have to we have to increase by 10 times. And this is where the challenges start. We can. It's now straightforward to find capital, build a solar plant, get the land connect to the grid. What about the scheduling of power into the grid, which means, solar goes up and down based on clouds, etc. How does the electricity grid, handle that? What about places where we have solar and there's less water? How do we solve this problem? And robotics. Robotics are coming in to clean panels. It has to be cleaned periodically, using less water and sometimes no water, right? How do we get more solar to the 200 million, 20 crore people in India who don't have power? That is not a capital problem. That's a business model problem. That's technology as well. How do we create solutions that are affordable for those who don't? So I think we're just starting this process of really deepening what we can do in entrepreneurship to solve not just renewable energy, but what do we do with all this this fashion, these textiles that get thrown? Right? This is not a capital problem. This is an innovation problem. It intersects with some of the stuff that this summit is talking about, what related to values and the policy environment, etc. So it's not an easy problem, but there is definitely a role for innovation to play here. And for whatever reason, climate requires entrepreneurs. It's not just the big companies in this world. Schneider Electric, Alstom are big global French giants who are actually present in India as well, for example, right? They are not able to innovate. How do you create a solution in your home, for example, to turn off your fridge, turn off your AC when you're not needing it and working with the grid? Maybe because of incentives, maybe because of being large companies. Entrepreneurs are filling this role. So what we do in the Climate Collective, it's a nonprofit based in India, is we run accelerators for clean tech. So we run one program called Climate Launchpad in partnership with the European Union's Climate Kick program, Climate KIC program. I think it's the largest clean tech entrepreneurship program in the world. About it's my program that I run in India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. It's about it's present in 65 countries. And to give you a sense what we're seeing on the ground here, we've had, I think, about 350 startups, clean tech startups in India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives join our accelerator in the last 3 years. And that's a large number. What I see as I continue to build our programs and I see what else is happening, these numbers are growing. Right. I also work with another group called New Energy Nexus, which used to be called California Clean Energy Fund. 15 years back, they started these programs to support clean energy startups in the US. Names that we know now, but used to be startups like Tesla. They were one of the first investors actually in Tesla. I wish they hadn't sold so early. It would have changed the fortunes of that nonprofit. But now New Energy Nexus is globally present in 9 countries, including India, where we run the clean energy programs with New Energy Nexus here. And we work with, Sumit mentioned some of the themes coming out of this summit, including how the importance of women being involved in climate and climate action. We ran a program in the state of Kerala called Climate Ready for Women. And we've seen this, the data globally, where women, when they join formal programs like accelerators or grant programs, they do just as well. Getting them to join, that gap is quite large. So our program, Climate Ready for Women, helps women clean tech founders in Kerala develop the skills to be able to join either the market or programs like Climate Launchpad right after. And we're looking to grow that program throughout India and South Asia. So I think in terms of what I see on the ground is versus 10 years ago, it's an amazing time to explore entrepreneurship. It's not the only tool we need. We need awareness campaigns. We need education. We need policy change. We need capital, of course, and all these things. But entrepreneurship is increasingly becoming a powerful lever. And before I start to show you some of these startups that I've been seeing in our programs that are kind of fun to also see how ingenuity is playing a role, is I was reading a report recently from PwC, and the venture capital funding into climate tech, clean tech widely defined, is 6% of all global venture capital funds last year. Now, 6%, is that big or small? It's big. Right. Remember, that's across every startup you can imagine category, 6%. And this number, to give you a number, 2013 globally, it was about $400 million. Last year, it was $16 billion with a capital B, with a B. Right. And these numbers are increasing. So I think that the environment has radically changed from when I started. I started actually in 2014 to support startups. The environment has radically changed to explore being a climate entrepreneur. So I'm just going to show you just a few startups that have come out of our program, give you a sense for the breadth maybe of innovation and entrepreneurship that we're seeing. How to save the planet, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek here, it's easier than you think. And maybe that's easier to say as awareness increases and all the hard work and movements that have created this environment today. It's becoming easier if we put our mind to it. Okay, I think you can see my slides changing. Clean tech solves environmental problems. Now, when there are 2 approaches to thinking about climate action,
Sorry to interrupt. We can't see your slides yet.
oh, so maybe I need to share. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's a good. Okay, I didn't. Give me 1 second. There we go. Sumit, just confirm for me.
Yes, we can see. Great,
Great.
thanks.
Yeah, so how to save the planet. Great. So clean tech solves environmental problems. I mean, that's the nature of maybe how you define clean tech. Now, action. There are two ways to think about action. And this is a artificial divide. There's a business approach and a non-business approach, and they're both needed. Or I should say the non-profit approach. Movements, awareness, education normally don't have business models, right? So it requires volunteers, people like what Sumit and team are doing here to run these summits, etc., are needed to increase awareness, education, and get people to see the opportunities. Then there's a business angle that is sustainable by creating business value or customer value. A organization or startup can actually both create that value as well as support the environment. So I use this example actually of Ola or Uber as one of our most successful circular economy startups. Now, when people think about Ola or Uber, nobody says circular economy, right? They think taxi hailing or just startup, right? But what is it that they're doing? They're reusing existing assets, fleets, cars, right? Increasing mileage per car. The average car, I don't have the stat in India, but I saw a recent stat, something like the average car, quote, quote, sleeps for 23 hours a day at a parking space. It's hardly used. So the more we can think about reusing existing assets, right? Like in this case, cars to provide a value, taxis, the more we can reduce the impact on the environment, right? By requiring decreasing the demand for cars. That sounds like a circular economy startup if I've ever heard of one. Right now, Ola and Uber didn't come to us, but that's okay. So what we're seeing in some examples that are kind of straightforward but still necessary is we have a huge existing fleet of vehicles. Should we wait for new vehicles to come to the market over the next 20 years to replace uh, the fleet over time? A lot of startups are saying no. Let us look at creating kits that can take an existing, in this case, three-wheeler. Nikola Motors joined our program, I think, last year, and convert to EV instantly. Right? They sell a kit to an auto rickshaw owner and at a price of 30,000 rupees, and all of a sudden you have an EV kit. And you're seeing, I saw a number yesterday, no, last week in Bangladesh. I got to double check, but one of the startups there was telling me there are 1.1 million, 11 lakh electric rickshaws um, in Bangladesh, and they would have been through retrofit kits. Right. There are some challenges. 30,000 rupees is a lot of money. So the next innovation to supplement this, of course, is on financial innovation, maybe bringing in fintech to solve this problem. But the movement is there. Okay. Nothing in this slide to talk about. And of course, anytime you replace oil or diesel with electric vehicle, you normally have a positive impact on the grid. It does depend on your grid or your electricity system. In India, we have a large amount of coal that powers our grid, so it's not as impactful. But as we replace the coal, and it is happening with renewables, the impact of EVs on the environment is also quite powerful. Give you another example outside of energy. Fly ash that comes from coal plants is a massive problem. I'm from a city called Vishakhapatnam in South India,
Hello.
and fly ash is dumped around in the
Hello.
villages, and it seeps into the water, and it's always almost pretty much a bad thing. So now this group joined us last year as well in Solite. They basically take that fly ash and create the raw materials for ceramic manufacturers, right? They're taking care of a waste problem, right, and converting something useful. Of course, you know the term called upcycling, and there are unlimited opportunities for upcycling, right? We have that much waste. It doesn't mean that's the best thing to do. Maybe the better thing is to think about how we consume. Maybe product design, packaging design could solve this waste problem in different ways. Yeah, we need both. But in the meantime, this is today's problem requiring today's solution. They do a very innovative stuff of taking this fly ash and converting, you know, through their customers into many products that ceramics can use. Pretty straightforward as well, right? Fly ash is definitely not good, as I mentioned. It's not always so straightforward, right? I would create a waste, convert in something useful, sell it, right? Take a auto rickshaw, convert to EV, and I think a very short payback in terms of fuel saved or the cost of fuel saved. That electric EV kit pays itself back. I think under 2 years, in most cases. Sometimes not. Last year, 2019, and they were trying to solve this problem of in Banaras these temple flowers, right? After the service, they're dumped into the Ganga, the Ganges River, right? Not good. It pollutes the river. It has a severe impact on aquatic marine life, I should say. Um, and this problem is not in itself going away. So what this group called Brook and Blooms did is they converted these worship flowers into other products. Again, upcycling. Now, uh, they converted the same, sorry, into fertilizer. So they went and sold the fertilizer to farmers and they faced the problem, right? Uh, the cost of fertilizer is very low in India. They're competing against very large fertilizer companies at massive scale, while Brook and Blooms is trying to solve a niche waste problem. All right, we'll never get that scale of one of our big fertilizer companies, public or private. So when they joined the program, they were ideating and thinking about, sorry, thinking about, well, if we don't create business and customer value, we will run out of money, right? So through that kind of through the accelerator, they realized that there's another segment, right, that they identified upper middle class homes with garden terraces. Why not sell the fertilizer to them? So you're not selling actually the fertilizer, or that's not the product. The product is fertilizer with holiness or some spiritual nature of it because it comes from bananas. And they were able to sell the price of that good for 5 times more than they were in the previous example of selling to your typical farmer. It made their business model sustainable and it allowed them to grow, allows them to grow and continue to have a bigger impact on solving this waste problem. So we do need a lot more ingenuity. It's not just a matter of a technical product, a waste problem, environment, to a solution to be done. It requires ingenuity, experimentation, risk taking, etc. Maybe I'll show you one more example, a last example. We're always thinking about what can we do as entrepreneurs. Let's take a problem, find a technical solution, sell it, right? What if, will this solve, for example, what Sumit was saying that I think today a lot of talk about fashion, right? Will it solve this new culture of fashion, throwaway fashion or throwaway culture? There was some stat I saw, a significant portion, this stat was from the UK, um, a significant portion of fashion items are thrown out after one-time use. Imagine just buying something for one time and throwing it out into largely a landfill, right? And of course, there's plenty of environmental impact from making it as well. How do we solve this problem? Is it a technology problem to get someone to not throw away their clothes? Maybe there are, maybe there could be product design approaches, etc. But we are talking about social values, right? And there's a startup that has joined us last year as well called Eco Karma, trying to solve this. They realize one thing: sustainability or the values of sustainability are not a individual value. It's a cultural value or a community value. There are lots of social cues that are generated by being sustainable, and that is kind of the either the peer pressure or these community values that really help get more people to support the environment. So they created a platform that basically converts your environmentally friendly actions into social cues. Sorry, let's see. Into social cues on social media. So if I do 5 good things, I go onto Facebook, let's say, and I like Eco Karma's button, or go onto their app, and it spreads out to more people in my network on Facebook to show that I am supporting the environment. And the hope is that those social cues get others to also consider climate friendly behavior. The business model are climate friendly products that back this kind of action, because they know that positive sustainability values will lead to more people choosing to consume climate friendly products as well. It's a very difficult business model, or startup, but doesn't mean it's not necessary. It's something I believe that our entrepreneurs now or in the future will definitely look to solve. I just want to end with a couple of statements. I did say it's a lot easier than you think to save the planet. Of course, a little bit tongue in cheek. What I meant to say is that one of our biggest impediments that we have is our belief that we don't have power, that it's hopeless, right? Once we overcome ourselves and we start to believe that we can do something, we can see that thousands of entrepreneurs, thousands of nonprofits, thousands of ordinary average citizens, and everyone, all of us on the planet. The more we take these small steps together, things that look helpless or hopeless may not be. And one last quote I love from a former U.S. President, Abraham Lincoln: "The best way to predict the future is to create it." So, no, thank you for the time, and I do hope that you saw some amazing examples of entrepreneurs who are taking innovative approaches to solving these problems. We have space for thousands and thousands, and maybe even hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs around the world to solve these problems. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Pratap. I think that was very informative and very hopeful, because a lot of people think that to start a business is still the conventional model. You build a technology, you scale it, and you earn money. But these are the new things that are coming up. And I really loved the example of retrofit electric vehicle kit, because I remember when Delhi was in very much polluted state, and then retrofitted CNG kits came in, and it was a very hit. And then, but that all this pollution saved by CNG introduction was then again gone by because of the surge in diesel car sales. But I think this
Yeah.
model really works. So, do you think are there any similar things coming up for personal and individual cars as well? Is there any?
Of course. I mean, we do see it globally, less so in India. Our economics are different. So there's a lot of push for shared fleets, taxis, on the B2B side, on trucks, there's more movement there, as well as rickshaws. Less on personal vehicles yet. I think we're going to see more on the two-wheelers coming to EVs. But these are all a matter of time. There's something inexorable about this movement that looked much more difficult 10 years, 20 years ago. I think it's a matter of time. When I tell people we've won in renewables, it's a shocking statement, right? If I told people the last 10 years, almost everything in solar and wind around the world, even that awareness is not there. And it happened in a very short amount of time. I think we just had to continue. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, one last thing I would want to understand from you, though we have the next panel where some more discussion will happen on this. But from if somebody wants to start, so we know that you are running an incubator program. So, is there what are the other incubator programs which are specifically on climate or something like this? If you can share some information with us, we would love to share it with our audience.
For sure. You mean here in India or generally?
In general, because we have
Oh,
people
yes.
from all around the world.
Yeah,
So,
right, right. Well, I mean, there are quite a bit of programs. Europe, the program I'm with, Climate Kick, KIC, is pan Europe. I think 1,500 climate entrepreneurs have come through the program already. It's a massive
Wow.
number. In the US, I think there's 35 clean tech accelerator programs. I don't want to name them now. It'd take forever. One thing I do believe is that the ecosystem is supporting this across the board, and that's the key thing. So even if it's not a clean tech accelerator incubator, oftentimes the local university may have a program where there are a lot of clean tech startups in it. So I think the hardest bit is just joining, starting, you know, not optimizing yet, but the support is growing for sure.
That's amazing. So, if somebody wants to start something like this, so one way is to, of course, look at incubators programs. But how should somebody even think about it? Because if I want to bring about an idea,
Yeah.
everybody is very core domain. Like most people talk about building apps, and now we have so many ads. Teach your 7-year-old kid also build an app, which I found very funny. But what are the creative ideas if you want to think? How should someone's mental, what is the mental process to think about such an idea?
Yeah, yeah. In fact, that's a great question because this is sort of where we play a role and some of the things that we see from our entrepreneurs who join our program. If I were starting a clean tech or a climate startup today, before joining Accelerator, I would try to talk to 20 customers. I would not build anything. Building is the easy bit in startups. I would talk to 20 customers and really understand the problem, right? If it's a B2C app, for example, you mentioned app, does anybody really want one more app, right? 5 apps are pretty much 80% of what anyone uses across countries, right? If it's you believe that a big company wants to improve their sustainability of, let's say, their fleet or something, would they really pay for it, right? Find the value, right? Clearly identified. Find that segment, right? Like if you saw Brook and Bloom, it wasn't farmers, it was upper middle class terrace garden owners. Talk to, eventually find those, and they will tell you, you know what, I will pay X amount for this, I love it. And then you work backwards. I think that's a very powerful way to start a climate startup today.
Wonderful. I think that's a great example of how somebody think. So thank you, Pratap. I think we have your LinkedIn profile and everything put on our website. So expect a lot of people will try and reach out to you
Sure.
on your support. So just be be available because a lot of young people are here. We are having almost like 800 viewers every day. So
Right.
you are gonna get some good queries around you. So
Great,
thank
I'm
you so
looking forward.
much. Yeah, thank you so much for your time, Pratap. It was lovely hearing you.
Thank you for the
So
opportunity.
yeah, great. So while we move on to the next show, I had asked you all a question before Pratap joined in, and that was on what is the island which has bought a new ground, new land just to move their people because of the risk of going drowning because of the rising sea level. So I have some answers on YouTube. Uh, so, Kiribati, yes, Vidhi, Pramod, both of you, thank you. You have always been a first one to answer. So, thank you so much. So, now let's move forward from here. Great. So, now we are about to start the next segment. Before we start the next segment, I would again want to give you a quiz, and then we'll take a very short break of 5 minutes while the other panelists join. So the question is, which Indian city featured in Swiss reanalysis of top 10 most risky cities to live in? There is an Indian city in top 10 most risky cities to live in. So if you know the answer, please type it on the YouTube and on Facebook. Or if you are on the live Zoom call, please mention it there. And while we take a short break, and I make make it ready for the next panelist. Hi and welcome back. So we asked a question before we left. So before we start our next panel, I would want to understand if you know the city, Indian city, which is in the top 10 most risky, dangerous cities to live in because of the climate crisis. So I'm just looking at the comments on YouTube. Kolkata at number 6, absolutely correct. Yes. So we have Kolkata, which is the most dangerous city to live in as on today because of because of the climate crisis. So now I welcome our next panelists, uh, which are who are from Mexico, Nigeria, and India. We have Ludwika from Mexico, Mr. Olalekan from Nigeria, Prerna from India, and Dinah from Mexico. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Great. So sound check done.
Hi, good evening or
Hi,
morning.
everyone. Hi. Great to have you on board. We just heard Pratap from the Climate Collective, who runs an incubator program in India. You I mean, many of you are also somehow related to the climate entrepreneurship, and you understand how this thing really is working. So before we go, uh, give me a while. Yeah. So how do we? Pratap just mentioned that there are so many opportunities now. There's so much of funding going into the climate and green solutions today. So how are things moving in different parts of the world? We would want to understand that a little bit from you, considering what we are doing. So how about we understand the little bit more detailed analysis, do a little bit more detailed analysis of how the climate entrepreneurship works. So, how do we? Why do we start? Why don't we start with you, Ludwika? Would you tell us a little bit on why the climate entrepreneurship is in fact required? Why don't you just start setting the context right?
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Thanks, me. Um, I'm 18 years old and I'm currently studying mechatronics engineering in Mexico. Throughout these days, we have heard about the climate crisis and its impacts. And fortunately, there are many solutions for all the social problems that we face. More and more young people around the world and Mexico are working on addressing climate change through social entrepreneurship, which is to create companies that solve social problems with a scalable, sustainable business model that generates profits. I joined the world of social entrepreneurship last year while developing Aulex, a new educational methodology that, through accompaniment, community development, and social research, seeks to provide quality education in rural communities in an accessible and efficient way. I have the opportunity to be mentored by Diana and surround myself with a group of young entrepreneurs who taught me that anyone with a good idea can undertake if they develop the right skills. When we talk about entrepreneurship, we usually think about adults in suites in an office. But nowadays, it's a completely different experience. An entrepreneurial ecosystem is full of enthusiasm, creativity, and encourage individuals to get out of their comfort zone. 2020 is a year of youth action. We are seeing the rising of youth leadership, where young people are raising their voice to demand and to fight for a fair and dignified future. Leaders like Greta are creating changes in the world, and the best way in which we can support this social evolution is through the development of sustainable and economically viable projects. We can just complain about the current situation. We must develop the solutions. Young entrepreneurs play an essential role because we're talking about our future. We are the generation that was born with technology, so we have the knowledge and the ability to adapt and develop sustainable technologies that will help you to achieve the society we want to live. Young people have to take action because adults are not doing it. Climate entrepreneurship is a solution that allows not only to maintain jobs, but to increase them. Just in 2018, renewable energy generated 11 million jobs. This according to a study of the International Renewable Energy Agency. This is our best opportunity to make a transition to a low carbon economy. If we have learned something in recent years, is that age doesn't matter to change the world. And why not earn money while solving one of the biggest crises on the planet? Studying and undertaking can seem like a difficult task, and it requires a lot of organization and effort. But throughout my journey, I have learned some tips that I would love to share with you. The first one is to fall in love with what you do. Sometimes you won't be able to do all the activities that you would like, so be aware that you are working to change the world by developing the solutions that we need urgently. The second is to always use an agenda. And this helps you to prioritize and to organize all your activities. And it also prevents you from forgetting tasks. And the last and most important is to keep a balance. It's cool to join the climate entrepreneurship and to work on astonishing solutions. But don't just focus on that. Go out with your friends, take care of your mental health, and exercise. And first of all, enjoy the journey. As Greta said, no one is too small to make a difference. So go out, develop your ideas, and change the world.
Thank you, Ludwika. I think that was very to the point, and actually, all the young people play a very important role because all the startups which are there in the world today who have made it successful are the ones who are who were started by the young people. So, and we also heard, Pratap, that how young people are coming with creative ideas to tackle the climate. So, moving on, Dr. Olalekan, how are you? I hope you can. You are on mute. I think. Let me just try and unmute you from here.
Yes, I'm doing fine, and I greet every one of us for this important and very strategic issues of social problems in the global and in our communities. I'm glad
Great.
with what Ogate has just mentioned regarding climate entrepreneurship. In a way, entrepreneurship is all about the engine for driving entrepreneurship is all about creativity and it's all about innovations. So whatever is in existence, we try to manage it in such a way it will be able to solve the problem we are facing at hand. And or if there is nothing in a system, we create it. That is the beauty of entrepreneurship. These are the two wings we are having, the innovations or our creativity. So, and I'm happy we have the younger minds now that the awareness is very, very rapid in their hearts. But I still want to emphasize that we still need to also back it up with the older generations because players is very, very important. If you look at every games, is the ages are relative. It's not that maybe the youth alone can do it. That is the point I want to bring. And that is the perspective of the players of philanthropists in the climate entrepreneurship. I have a case study later on which I will share with you. In our own environment here in Nigeria, people sometimes, because of the economic hardship, they go into certain activities in such a way that the consequences of their activities are not important to them. So at this point, for instance, deforestation. In my own community, the main problem we are facing is deforestation, where people will believe that they can cut the trees for economic purpose, sell it or use it for whatever. without bearing in mind the consequences of that in erosion. So at one point in time, you just see what can we do. And that is the point where the issue of players came in. Who had those people as stakeholders that can support this? We can eradicate this social problem. And without waiting for the problem to come before they will come in as reactive, we are not to react. We have to be proactive. So at one point in time, we noticed these people that normally cut the trees. And one of the older cohorts generation, elderly person in our community, just raised a question. For you not to cut these trees, how much does it cost me for me to pay you and you will not cut the trees? And those people, the community members that normally cut the trees, now give a price that we buy these trees at this also amount. This is how an elderly person called a philanthropist counted the numbers of trees in our environment and paid off. And this is what rescued this also, the community up to now. Other part of the community where we cannot get these philanthropists to come in order to rescue the situations. They are having a lot of problems during the rain, everything, the erosion has already damaged so many things in there. So from the micro perspective, that is where I now want to develop this idea into macro. Most of what our philanthropists are doing is less than 3% when we compare it with other areas that they are supporting. In the climate, globally it's less than 3%. In Africa, it's less than 1%. So we need to co-opt these philanthropy activities into social entrepreneurship. This is the navigation, and this is where I feel by the time we are doing this, it is going to be a robust arena in such a way the youth will find out who are our philanthropists in our community. It is economic gardening. We should look inward. There are parents that are interested in solving the social problems. In our various, where we are doing the religion activities, there are people who are passionate about environment, but they don't know. So the youth who have the understanding of how the climate is, they can feed them. They can now be a supporter in such a way that they will now do a synergy work that will solve the social problem of climate. I believe in this navigation. The philanthropists should try and navigate their activities to climate, and this will essentially solve a lot of problems for us. I will hold on here until later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lalikan. I think that was a very great perspective. And from the local stories that you just mentioned of how youth are getting into the activities which they don't worry about the consequences. And this could give them a very nice way to approach where you create jobs, where you create good for environment. So I think that's very good. But also you raised a perspective of the global funding, which is on climate from philanthropies, is actually just 3%. Which is a very small number. But Pratap, on the other side, we saw the funding which are going into the new, not from the philanthropies, but from the venture capitalists, the money which is going into the newer climate startups, which is 60%. I mean, look at that, 60% of venture capitalists going into the new climate startups, while the philanthropies are only doing 3%, which is very starking difference.
The gap is too wide. The gap is very wide.
Yeah, I am hoping I got the numbers right, because this difference is very startling. So let's say moving on, Dinah, you work a lot with the kids, or let's say you mentor them, like Pratap was saying, he has a collaborative. You also mentor a lot of new startups who are coming up in Mexico about climate entrepreneurship. So what is your take on that? Do you want to share your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'm really excited and honored to be here And it is actually a privilege, and I was getting really emotional while I was listening to Ludvika, since I've seen her grow, and I've seen how she's overcome a lot of things. So I'm so very grateful that we are both here sharing this experience with you guys, these amazing leaders that are with us. And as a entrepreneur mentor, I find there are a lot of challenges, especially with youth people. Like, younger people do not have money. They do not have as much time as we adults think they do have, and they don't have enough experience yet. But that doesn't mean they lack abilities and that they lack competences and that they have actually the knowledge and how to apply them. But what they do have, they are innovative. They are disruptive. They have the energy and the guts to do it. Because let's face it, to be an entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur or climate entrepreneur, or just a regular and classic entrepreneur, you need to have guts. You need to be able to overcome a lot of challenges really, really quick. You need to have a really high resilience level. So, as a young mentor, I am only 25 years old. So, I am really, really young, but I've mentored a lot of them. I would like actually to mention and be grateful with Limu, Claire, Recycling, Capio, Nexo, Baani, Second Chance, Eliawa, VC Plus, Biostrata. There are a lot of entrepreneurs that I've mentored, and they have been successful. They are still trying to prototype and validate. But what I can say as a mentor is we need more sustainable options. And this is a fact. I mean, the world needs it. Climate action needs to be now, and it's an actually emergency. And now, even more because of the pandemic and COVID 19. There is no way to deny it. But the thing is, we need to make sustainable something that is actually achievable and that it's not a privilege. So I was really grateful to hear from Pratap. I don't know if that was the name of the keynote speaker, but he was saying all those things, and I was thinking, of course, systemic change, and that's actually what I encourage my students to do. We need to think in systemic change, in going deeper into the problem, in actually researching and actually validating with our users, right? And another thing is the gender perspective. There is no climate change action, and there is no actual sustainable entrepreneurship without the gender perspective. And I am really grateful that in here we are three women and two men. And it's not because you men are not talented, but we need more women in leadership and more women being entrepreneurs. As one of the earlier panels were saying, a lot of women are actually suffering the consequences of climate change. So why not having us as leaders in this part? So I am really grateful to be sharing here with Perna and Ludvika. And another thing is we need to understand that entrepreneurship, and especially climate entrepreneurship, is a way to redignify our reality and actually assuming our responsibility. We're not just saying, hey, let's make a letter and let's protest. And it's not that those are not important actions, but we need actually to create new solutions and take in our hands the responsibility to change our realities, to actually provide people with water, to actually provide people with more sustainable ways of living, not just of hanging out. We actually need new ideas and new solutions to change this. And as a one of our there's a Mexican way of saying this, so I'm trying to translate it in my mind, but I always share this thought with my students. Just, yeah, like maybe Nike, just do it. Fail as fast and sooner and constantly as you can, because that's entrepreneurship. It's changing in a really, really, really fast way, because you need to validate your things. If you're not doing a systemic change, if you're not actually talking with the people who are living those consequences and who have the ideas, what are ideas if they do not become actions? And that is entrepreneurship, to actually make an idea become a reality.
Thank you, Diana. I think that was very impressive. In fact, what you just spoke about, how the younger students do not have that much of time as we adults think. I mean, that was an eye opener. I mean, we never saw it that way. Also, being young, you have the time to fail. When you grow old, you might not even have time to fail because the responsibilities grow. So it's the time when you can actually experiment and fail and then build something. And I think Pratap also mentioned in his talk that having speaking to customers is one of the ways to understand what is the thing that you want to do. So, and I am fully hands down supportive of women taking the lead. So, and as I mentioned in my opening statement as well, 65 to 70% of the people who are in this summit as panelists are women. So you can see they are actually going to lead the world. So I'm happy that you also touched upon this topic. Now, we have a live example of somebody who started their own entrepreneurship journey in climate. So, hi, welcome, Prerna. So, over to you. Why don't you share your story a little bit and tell us what did you start and how did you start and what was the process around it?
Hello, everyone. So I was a journalist for almost 8 years, and I also did activism along with that in the anti-corruption movement which happened in India. And I was also in active politics for a few years. But doing all that, I realized that if you really want to bring a mass level change or a systemic change, you need to get into the economy. You need to increase the demand for the product or the service or the cause you're fighting for. And that's how my venture into entrepreneurship started. So in 2016, the idea of EcoPlore came into existence. And at EcoPlore, we basically curate eco-friendly hotels. So in India, like, the concept of ecotourism is highly misunderstood. There are people who would make a cave of concrete inside a thick forest and they will call that ecotourism. So that's weird, like that's a weird concept. So it took us a lot of time to finally zero upon what ecotourism actually means. And there are two qualification criteria on the basis of which we chose our hotels. So one is that the construction of the property should be made of mud, wood, bamboo, stone, or any local architecture or any local material, or a heritage building which is above like 100 years old. Second, it should have at least 30% greenery inside the campus of the property. So these are the two qualifying criteria. And once any hotel fulfills them, we get more into it and try to find what are the other sustainable measures which they follow, which could be solar panels, which could be composting, waste management, having your own kitchen garden, and several others depending on the location. And then we visit every property to check whether they actually meet all these things which they have mentioned, and what are the fun factors, what is the safety, how much comfort they have, what is the hygiene status of the place. And after checking and verifying everything, we decide to take it on our platform and promote it, market it, and take bookings for it. One very important thing which cannot be measured in concrete terms, but it's like the most essential one, is the intent of the person running the property. So there has been several instances where the property met all the benchmark, but the owner was doing it only because they wanted to mint just money. Like, they had no environmental sense behind it. So we focus on those people, especially the locals who are trying to do something for the environment and who just don't want to make money, who wants to work for the environment and obviously for sustainability, they have to commercialize it. So this is the essence of what EcoFlow does, and why we are doing it. The vision behind it is that all the existing tourist spots in our country are now almost destroyed. You'll just find concrete structures, hotels over there, garbage, pollution, crowd, and everything. So now people are moving towards the unexplored destinations. But if these unexplored destinations also develop in a similar way, then they will also lose their essence in next 5 or 10 years. So the idea is that if a hotelier or a local villager is running his property in a very, very eco-friendly manner in an unexplored destination, and there is more demand for it, any new person who wants to build a new property over there will at least get influenced and try to do something which matches him, so that he also gets more customers. And we have live examples of where, like for example, in GB in Himachal Pradesh, we have like the best property is something which we promote, and a lot of villagers who have built cottages, they have tried to copy him. So at least they're not building concrete structures, they're building something which are near to sustainability. Second example is where in almost last 1.5 years since we have brought this into operation, I have received 10 to 15 queries of people, individuals and hoteliers who wanted to build their hotel or their house using the eco construction. So that's a very positive change. Although like the earth doesn't need any kind of construction, like I personally believe the amount of destruction we have done, we need to totally need to do a ban on the construction. But still, like if it has to happen, if it happens in an eco-friendly manner, at least it will have a lesser amount of destruction. One impact which we had on the customer part was that initially we tried to make them aware, we tried to share the responsibility factor, but then it was not working for us on the business aspect. Then we realized, okay, let us send them over there. Once they reach the stay and they see all these factors working on ground, automatically it will have some influence, some subtle impact on their mind. And if they come back and implement even one feature out of it in their personal life, it will be a great impact. And I believe that a lot of such things are happening. So this is about what we do and our journey.
Thank you, Prerna. I think this is a very fascinating journey, especially with tourism industry is one of the, let's say, one of the most polluting or most carbon emitting industries. And considering we all have options, but we all like to go out some or the other day. But if we choose the right place, I think it will make a lot of sense. So just before I go, for the other round, and we invite questions from the audience here. Prerna, I want to ask you how many hotels actually in India actually are there who are eco-friendly? So because if you see any of the websites around, you would never find a property which is eco-friendly. So
yeah. So initially when I started my research 4 years back, I was also thinking that maybe 1,000 maximum would be there. But gradually as we did more and more research, got more references, I think we have verified 120 plus properties across India, mostly in North. But we already have a list of around 1,000 properties which we have not done any research on. I mean, those properties came to us through references, through personal references, and that's the best medium of connecting to a new one. And I believe, like, just putting a guess, more than 10,000 would be existing, and more new properties are coming up which are keeping the eco perspective in their mind, also because of the look and feel. And people now want, like, they don't want to go to a concrete building, like they need that close to nature experience. So yeah, more than 10,000 minimum you can find it.
Okay, that's not a bad number actually. And do you also assist some of the hoteliers who are, let's say, already built and convert them into an eco-friendly property?
Yeah, so this would be our coming phase on which we want to work upon, is to provide consultancy to either somebody who wants to build something, although we'll first discourage them to not build the stuff and take a existing old building and renovate it. Second is that I think this is the best way to move forward, is to convert an existing concrete structure into a eco-friendly, like just by adopting certain features, not by demolishing the building, but by adopting the features. So I have my immediate trip starting from tomorrow, which is about this only, where I'll be like doing some kind of consultation to one of the properties in Uttarakhand. So this is something which we are now getting into.
Wonderful. That's an amazing idea, and I think all the other panelists would agree that this journey has been really amazing. I would like to come back to Dr. Olalekan here. Olalekan, would you also share some experiences from Nigeria of some students or some businesses that you have mentored, and what was unique about it, and how did it go through? You are on mute. Let me just try and unmute you.
Aside the teaching aspect of the university, we do mentor some of our young ones, and it is part of the practice of my university to also mentor the younger ones. And in the Department of Entrepreneurship, there is what we call legacy. Every final year students, they do legacy work, and they submit it to the university. These are, now we are moving towards the climate. Now that we are seeing the impact of the climate, the mindset of most people, especially the young ones, is making money. That is the entrepreneurial mindset. The social aspect of entrepreneurship is not as, is very low. So this time around, the counseling, the mentoring is into two perspectives now. So that you know that the environment you live is more important than the money you make from that environment. If you don't enjoy the environment, if anything comes up, all what you have already saved at a particular point in time, you can lose it in one hour, within 1 hour, everything. So now, many of them now, this awareness, we are having clusters, level by level, those that are interested in the climate. And now that entrepreneurship accommodate every sense, because that is why we now have climate entrepreneurship. We have a family, so many arena of entrepreneurship. So it's a growing phenomenon now here in Nigeria, but many youth are interested. But my point is this: the fact that the youth are interested in, they have the energy to do whatever they want to do, the energy is there. We still need to co-opt the elders. They have, some of them, they have the funds. I'm saying it because of the environment. They have the funds, but they want to see the impact they want to make. Most of them, they are not interested in making more money. They want to enjoy their money. This is the level they are, the cohort they are. Unlike all of that, the younger ones, I want to be like this, I want to make my money. But the elders, that cohort, they want to support, so that they want to make sure that the generation yet unborn, they will also make something as legacy for them. So that is why I want it to be holistic. The players, we should make it robust. As we are mentoring the younger ones, we are also to mentor those ones that they are also there as our elders, as our parents, various offices. They are social entrepreneurs, so that they will not be giving charity. We don't need charity. It is when something has happened and everything has damaged, we will now be thinking, let us go and give them food, let us go to, no. What we need is to prevent it. So the mentoring should be going, should be wider in scope. We should mentor even the elders to know the consequences of the climate issue now. And the younger ones can also be of support to them. This is, I want it to be a more robustic way. And the players should have different cohorts, not only the younger ones. I love the younger. I'm also a young person as well. But honestly speaking, I want more players so that we have a formidable team. Thank you.
Wonderful, Dr. Alkan. I think the points you mentioned now are very, very relevant, because the younger ones may have energy, may have time to fail, but they still need some business expertise of how the things have been moving, so that they don't fall into trap and they co-opt the senior people who can help them, mentor them on some aspects while they build on their own ideas. So thank you for that. Dinah, I'm coming back to you on why don't you share a little bit some more aspects on the same topic.
Sure. Well, I also think there are some characteristics that are really important, especially while doing social or climate entrepreneurship, and it's empathy. We cannot make solutions. There's no way to left out the humane part, the kind part, it's just it should be natural, it should be something that comes just as natural as breathing, to try and to thrive, also to create something that actually makes a better world. And I see it every day with my students and my mentees. They are actually, well, here in Mexico it's almost midnight for us, and we have this young kid, and she's 18 and she's doing her best. I mean, they are actually willing to go miles and miles, over and over and over again. There are millions, I trust there are millions of students and young entrepreneurs doing whatever it takes to actually develop their ideas. And I share a lot with Kerna and with Ola that, yeah, we need also to include the elder and what I say functional adults, the ones that actually work and the ones that actually have money. Because as I mentioned before, the kids, they have amazing ideas. I mean, for example, we managed to get into top 16 from an Actus World Cup, which is an international entrepreneurship contest, and the Mexican team managed to get into the top 16 at least. And it was a really, really hard work. It was, yeah, it was stressful, it was difficult, it was hard, it was a lot of hours invested with a lot of people, research, lab hours, and a lot of things. And it needs a lot of preparation, but they were willing to do so. And what they lack is money. You're just pennies away from doing it, from actually making it possible to have sustainable food, to making it possible to actually increase the way we produce milk and to have it in a better quality. There are a lot of other projects, such as Claire, for example, from Puebla, which is one of my dearest mentees, David Corso. They're trying to actually do something to clear the air, because we also mention things about pollution and about food management and waste management, but we don't always develop things for air pollution, and they are trying to do so. They are trying to do a lot of things for urban resources and for urban garbage, but they're not enough. Let's face it, our politics, they're just not doing enough. They are not. And what about industries? Not enough. Even in schools, we have a lot to overcome. We have a lot of things to do. I am so very grateful with my university and my education, since I had that. That is actually the main thing about my university and my college education. They actually seek for us to be entrepreneurs. But that is a privilege, and I would like to change that. As a young entrepreneur, as a young mentor of entrepreneurs, as we are helping the next generations to become these leaders that we actually want and need, I would like for our systems, not just in Mexico but worldwide, to actually change our mindset, to say, hey, we have really great ideas, young bright ideas, but they actually need support, they need money, they need our guidance. Because let's face it, yeah, you're bright and you're talented, and you are more than inspiring, but you are young and you actually need mentorship. But that's why we are here. We are now this group. We have academy. We have actual entrepreneurs, and this is a worldwide panel: Nigeria, Austria, Canada, USA, India, Mexico. So let's collaborate. There's no way to do this and to actually make climate entrepreneurship a thing, a trend thing, a something you want to fund, something you want to invest in, and something you want to crowdfunding and to spread it worldwide. 3% globally, it's nothing. We need for it to be 20, 30, 50. I don't know the exact number, but we need it to be not something hip or trendy or cheap. We need to actually make this, I don't know, the normal thing, the regular thing. This shouldn't be innovative. This should be the new normal, not just as a post-COVID era, but actually as as right now. This should be our actual reality. So I would say that we need to try, we need to do it and just change our mindsets. It's not just pushing them. It's not just encouraging people and embracing the entrepreneurship communities, but it's actually doing it and making it possible every single day.
Wonderful. I think those were very, key takeaways from this session we just mentioned. And Sholalikan also said the social entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurship in general, people think about making money, and that has to change. And you also emphasized on the points that the social entrepreneurship is totally different. And young people need, and this needs to become a new normal. It's not something that we need to make a trend, but it has to be normal. And in our last, some of the previous conversations, and I think you were mentioning about the fintech was one big thing at some point in time. That was the every new startup was coming out to be fintech. Then there are a lot of food delivery became one. Then Uber came in. Then things like that coming in. Why can't we make more and more eco-friendly or more climate entrepreneurship ideas come forward? So thank you for that. Finally, I would want to come to Ludwika. Ludwika, the young people play a very key role, and Diana, Lalikan, and Prerna all mentioned strengthen this point. From your perspective, what challenges do you see from a young generation? Do you see any challenges for us to, for not me, but people like you? I'm not young enough, so from people like you, what challenges do you see when taking up climate entrepreneurship as a forward pathway?
The main challenge that I see is the trust. People don't trust in us enough. And I talk since, well, here in Mexico, we live an adult centrism, and elder people believes that they have the reason about everything. And that's not true. I mean, they have a lot of knowledge, and no one denies that. But we also know things, and we have to trust in our ideas and to overcome with all these. It's really difficult because how they want you that use be entrepreneurs if they can trust you that, I don't know, simple things like give your opinion. And that's the main challenge that I see, at least here in Mexico. I believe that in our country, the second one that I think that it's really big, it's money. Politicians are, as Diana said, politicians are not making enough. No one is making enough. So how we are going to take the money if we don't have the laws and the strategies to do that? So that are the mainly problems that I see.
Thank you, Ludwika. I think those are very key because we don't understand until we talk to the younger people. I think Pratap was also mentioning we need to understand what our customers are. But when we do talk to younger ones, we need to understand what their challenges are. Though people like Diana Olalikan are there to mentor, and Pratap is also there, and we have live example like Prerna who have moved forward to make climate entrepreneurship into her career. So, but we need to understand challenges from young people, and thank you for highlighting those. So, I think we had a very amazing discussion from all aspects of life. Dinah being young herself, but still is mentoring and has started a worldwide program to mentor. And Mr. Olalikan, you are doing great job in your area, because the youth, instead of getting into the wrong direction, if they get the money making in the right way and also help the society in a way, I think that is the way to go. And thank you, Prerna, for the work you are doing. I'm very sure you at least found a lot of customers here. If anybody wants to come India, EcoPlore is the way. So thank you, all of you. We'll just take a short break now, but before that, I just again thank you all for sharing your experiences. I don't see any questions from the panel in the Q&A box right now, but I'm sure from what you just shared, a lot of people will go onto our website, find you on social media, and bombard you with the questions. So be ready with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Great.
Thank you, Sumit, for making it possible. And thank you, Tim. It was amazing sharing with you guys.
Great. So we just finished one of the most funny, most critical, panel discussion now. Again, so there is another quiz for you guys. So before we take a short break, and I'll let other panelists join in. So which media outlet bagged the title of most shared climate articles on social media in 2017? So there's one media outlet which is most, which is who shared most articles around climate. So in social media. So if you know the answer, please type in on the chat, and or in the Q&A box, or if you are on Facebook, YouTube, just type in as comments. Welcome back. We are now here for the next panel discussion. So before we go ahead, we want to understand if we have any answers to the quiz. Not yet. I see few answers, but they're not right. So let me just spell out the answer then. It's National Geographic. So National Geographic has been the one who created most number of articles on climate. So next, in a few minutes, we'll be joined by our next panel. We can see the panelist names online. We have Marifer from Mexico. We have Sugandha from India. Damini is also from India, and Antika also from India. So by the time they come online, hi and welcome back. I hope you guys can hear me. We are joined with next panel. Ayantika, Damini, Marifer, Sugandha, if you guys can turn on your cameras and unmute yourselves.
Hi, Sumit.
Great. Thank you for joining in, Damini. We still can't see you.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just trying to get something, the background, which I think I can't for some reason.
My background is half of the summit and half of my wall.
Yeah, that's what.
It's all right. So you all heard the last panel discussion, and you all heard uh, Pratap in the morning. So climate entrepreneurship all stems from how how individuals think, and if they want to do something. And Diana mentioned a very important point, that it needs to have empathy, or everyone needs to have empathy while getting towards it. That empathy towards the nature, and the mentors need to have empathy towards the young people. So it's all individual. And this panel discussion is all about individual choices and how do we change our behavior. It is a very crucial topic, because we all think, and one of the last panels also, I think somebody told that we all think that somebody else will come and save the planet, but it's not somebody else. It is us who has to work now, and everything will start from how our thinking changes, how our individual behaviors change. So thank you all for joining in and sharing your experiences. Uh, Before let's just start diving exactly now. So why do we actually need to change our individual, why do we need to make better individual choices? We need to make change our behavior. So if you can tell a little bit about this and set the context, like, why don't we start with our speaker from Mexico? I think the only one from Mexico, Marifer. So why don't you start about this and tell us, why do we actually need to change? How do we make individual choices?
Yeah, thank you, Sumit, for this opportunity. Well, let me present myself. I'm Marifer Arzate. I'm from Mexico, and I'm a student of engineering in sustainable innovation and energy. And well, why we need to change and be conscious about our individual choices? Well, let me start with the term of sustainable development. It has three core elements: economic growth, environmental protection, and social inclusion. If any of these elements isn't there, then we can have sustainable development, we can have sustainable communities. So we need to participate, we need to get involved in all the actions that are happening in order to really have a sustainable city. So in this matter, we sometimes may feel discouraged by asking ourselves, how can my little actions change the world when all these governments and big enterprises are making bad decisions and just polluting and making the things the way they want to do it. So, but we need to think that we are 7 billion people in the world. So there should be something that we can do, and there is it. It is possible to take individual action and on large scale issues, because this is just a constant work and a lot of perseverance. See the Sustainable Development Goals. They're not just for the industry, they're not just for the government, they're also for us. We have to work on these Sustainable Development Goals and keep making these little actions by at the same time pressuring the government and these big organizations to do their own responsibilities, because we all have responsibilities. So let me quote Margaret Mead, who is an American anthropologist. She said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." So we have a lot of social movements that have happened in history, and all of them have one thing in common: the courage and the determination of every person that conformed and that fought for those causes. So in here, it applies a rule that's called 3.5% rule. I don't know if you have heard anything about it. It is proposed by Erica Chenoweth, who is a political scientist at Harvard University. And after a study, she saw that once around 3.5% of population began to participate actively, meaning to have an active engagement with the cause, the success appeared inevitable. So we only need 3.5% of population to really do their own responsibilities, their own actions, in order to really get attention from the persons and the people with power. In this matter, think about all the people you know, your friends, your family, your neighbors. You have, being little or being high, you have a level of influence on them. So the way you do things, you can influence them too. So you can convince them to change too. So person by person by person, together we are all forming this bigger group of 3.5% of population that can really make a difference, and that can really get the attention of the big governments and enterprises. And in this matter, I want to talk about the responsible consumption. We have a lot of responsibility in the things we buy and from who we buy it. And let me talk to you about something that happened to me a while ago. A lot of friends started to buy a lot of clothes from these fast fashion industries. And once I asked them, have you thought that all of those low prices are due to poor working conditions? And they told me, yeah, but every industry nowadays has poor working conditions. So you just buy what is cheaper to you, and that's it. And then when we realize that we don't know the power that we have as consumers, by buying or not buying, we're telling a lot. If we are not buying from an enterprise, we're telling them, I don't like your product because it has poor working conditions, because it was made by natural resources exploitation. We're telling them something. So we need to be careful about that. We need to think before we buy. First, by reducing our the things that we buy, and then by, okay, I really need this. Well, from who are you buying? So we need to be responsible consumers. We need to support the enterprises that have the practices we agree with. We have to use that voice because we have the last vote in the way the industry does things, how they do it, when they do it, and we have a lot of responsibility in that matter. So we need to keep doing our individual actions, and by supporting each other to pressure the bigger organizations to do their own individual actions too, or well, their bigger actions. Together we can be part of this 3.5% that can really make a difference. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Marifer. I think that those are very important, that SDGs are not just for the bigger corporations and countries to fall in, it's for us individuals as well. And the responsible consumption part, we all want to have more and more. I think that's the mindset we have all been brought up. And that's what, for a lot of people, success means, that I can afford and I can buy a lot of things. And I can buy luxury things even though I don't need them, and I would want to buy wasteful things. So thank you for bringing that up, and considering the younger generation needs that right guidance. So thank you for sharing that experience, personal experience from your side. So let me move to Sugandha now. Hi, Sugandha. So tell us about your journey and what kind of work that you are doing, especially, and tell us a little bit about your individual choices that we all can actually make. If you can share some of those with us.
Hey, certainly. Hi, everyone. I'm Sugandha, and I'm the founder of Kitlery in New Delhi, India. I think I would like to start this discussion by stating that population sizes and their consumption and emissions do not match. They're not directly proportional. From fuel combustion only, the per capita emissions in 2018 for different countries, for let's say Saudi Arabia, was 18.5 metric tons per person. And that country doesn't have a huge population. A country like US, which has at least one-fourth the population of India, comes up with 16.5 metric tons of emissions. And India, which has got such a huge population, comes up with only 2 metric tons of emissions per year per person. So this definitely tells us that some practices, income levels, consumption patterns, lifestyles, and choices that we make finally affect these emissions and lead to more exploitation. So next, I would like to address how individuals feel so small in this larger discussion of climate change. Individual emissions and individual efforts to curb these emissions seem really negligible in this huge ocean of climate change. But there's this saying in Hindi that says "boond boond se ghada bharta hai," which means that with little drops you can fill a big utensil. With little drops of water you can fill a bigger utensil. So yeah, I would like to capitalize on that and talk about the butterfly effect, which I think is very relevant in this discussion, because the butterfly effect is the idea that small things can have non-linear impacts on a complex system. So to give a very relevant example, so if you plan to go out one night and you don't, right? Your friends go out without you. You miss out on meeting so many people that you could have met, and that could have changed your entire life. So staying in that one night really had a huge impact on your life, right? So each decision that you make really has a huge impact on the bigger scheme of things. It might not seem so, but it is so. Uh, so next, levels of impact, right? There's the global level, where the whole, considering the whole earth, and then there are nations, and then there are state levels, and then there are district levels. But I would like to talk about individuals here, because we're talking about individual choices. And I think here it would be clubbed with the household level. Individual highly impacts the household, since let's say I make a choice to build my house with sustainable materials. So that is a household level decision. I plan to segregate and compost my waste. That is again a household level decision, but I take that, right? So I think these two should be clubbed here. My choice to use renewable energy to power my house is again like an individual choice, but affects the whole household. So coming from that, I would like to say the different things that I do, or others can also do at an individual level. All of these I don't do, but yeah, we can do all of these together. First of all, I would like to talk about repairing our products. Clothes, footwear. What, you buy a slipper and a strap comes off and you throw the slipper away? No, that's going to cause so much waste, and you're going to buy more. So basically, repair your electronics, bedding, furniture, everything can be repaired. Give it a second chance, basically. Second-hand clothing is another thing. I recently bought my first thrifted shirt, so which is a second-hand shirt. Trying to save these clothes to end up not being used or ending up in landfills. Just giving them a second life, basically, and also it's coming to use to you, right? You won't buy something that's not useful to you. So I think this whole attitude towards repairing and buying secondhand things needs a behavior change, and that comes slowly. You can't just make one choice and expect everything to be okay after that. Next could be urban farming. You could I'm not sure how many people would like to do this, but you can grow little things in your own balcony, in your own little pots. Try it out, like just anything, tomatoes maybe, or chilies. Secondly, don't waste food. I do not waste food. My father is extremely strict about that, and we don't waste food. The other thing that you can do to combat climate change individually is to change your diet. Eat locally grown, seasonal fruits and vegetables. Try to buy less processed items. Anything that's gone under processing would definitely have an impact and some level of emissions. Package free. Try to go vegetarian, vegan. I'm still trying that, but yeah. Also, compost your wet waste. I was having a discussion with somebody the previous day, and they said segregating is okay, but you segregate at your household level, and then when this trash goes out, you see the kuda wala is just mixing both the things that you gave them, compostable and non-compostable. So that's really disheartening, which is why I've stopped segregating. But if you could do something to be sure that your kitchen waste is still not ending up in the landfill, you could probably compost it. And it's not so hard. You can go online, you can find a lot of videos, a lot of tips and suggestions. I myself don't have a proper khamba that a lot of people are using these days for composting. I have small pots and matkas that I use. So try to do different things, whatever works for you, whatever is economical for you. Do that. Participate in plantation drives. A lot of people think, who's going to wake up early in the morning, but it's probably just one day or 2 days in the whole year that you're going to do it. Just go for it. It might just have an impact. Choose renewable energy for your car, office, home. Also, one important thing that I want to talk about is moving away from single-use plastic. This whole idea of disposables in the name of being recyclable. So, a lot of these PET bottles people say are recyclable. Well, yeah, they are recyclable, but only 9% of the recyclable waste actually gets recycled. So unless you're making sure that your bottle is getting recycled, do not get it. If you're not going to make sure that it is undergoing recycling, please don't buy it. Also, like, I think recycling should probably be the last resort if you're dealing in something like this. First, I mean, ideally, I would say, first of all, try to refuse items that are single-use plastic. You go outside, you might get these items for free when you go out to eat at, if you eat roadside or if you eat at food courts, you often get these plastic utensils and straws for free. You're not paying for it. Doesn't mean you have to take it, right? I mean, just because you're not paying for it doesn't mean you have to use it or you have to take it. I'll come back to this a little later, but yeah, I think the 3 hours or 4 hours, refuse it or reduce your consumption of that very plastic. Reuse it if you can. And lastly would be recycle. And here I would also like to say individual choices make a huge impact. You might not think that they do, but they definitely do. Again, like boon boon se ghada bharta and the butterfly effect. So I work with an organization called EcoFem, and we make sustainable menstrual products. And I think this is something that all menstruators should consider using reusables, because every person, every menstruating person generates 200 kgs of waste by using disposable pads in their lifetime. 200 kgs, that's a lot. So yeah, consider that. Shift to reusables, like maybe try a menstrual cup, it's gaining popularity. Try a reusable cloth pad. There are discs coming in nowadays, try that. Another thing that I try to do myself is I try to conserve water and electricity consciously. I mean, the water, electricity bills, you might be able to afford it. You're able to afford the money that they charge you, but can you afford to waste these things? Maybe monetarily you can, but why should you? Also, please think about it before, give it a second thought. Conserve water, electricity, and whatever other resources you can, rainwater harvesting where possible. Try to use less paper. A lot of university students get a lot of printouts and a lot of photocopies. Just borrow from your seniors, study online, just try to use less paper. Stop printing everything. Another thing that might not seem to make like a big impact on climate change on a whole, but I think littering is a huge issue even in India. I mean, people have probably stopped throwing things out of their windows while traveling in cars, but they haven't stopped littering while walking around in streets. So I did an activity called plogging, which is exercising while you're picking up trash, basically jogging while you're picking up trash. So try to do something like this. Might not make such a big difference, but it will definitely make a dent in the bigger scheme of things. Control the population, try to have fewer kids. Try to make your events green. There are a lot of companies coming up these days who are working with sustainable events and green events. Decor, catering, everything makes a difference. And I think lastly, I would like to say that, stay aware, participate in whatever movements or rallies you can, even if it's online, any topic that's dear to you. You don't have to participate in everything related to the climate or the environment. Try to do whatever, suits you, whatever effort you're willing to put against deforestation, for animal welfare, human rights, resource conservation, agriculture, plastic waste, waste management, disasters, pollution. There's so much you can do. Also, so I would like to come to the part where I talk about Kitlery, which is my small little enterprise. I shouldn't be saying enterprise after all these people who spoke about climate entrepreneurship, but yeah, it is a small enterprise. And what we do is we sell reusable steel, stainless steel straws and cutlery in handy pouches for people to carry with them. And this idea comes from, not using single-use plastics when you go out to eat. And these pouches that it comes in are made out of scrap cloth. So when you go to tailors or boutiques, you give them a lot of cloth and all of it is not used. So whatever is not used, we take it from them. So it's still fresh cloth, but we're not, sourcing it separately just for this. So we get these pouches and we get Salai Center women. So women who've just learned how to sew and stitch. Since the design is not hard and it creates a market linkage for these ladies who come from low income backgrounds. So yeah, trying to make it sustainable overall, but also I think on an individual choice level, this product could make a difference, because it sounds like a very small change in your life. You know what? You're just replacing straws and spoons and forks with this little reusable thing that you have. So, yeah, I mean, little things can change your lifestyle in a small way. Little things added together can make a bigger impact. And it's not just carrying your spoon once, you're going to reuse it again and again. So, yeah, you might think about climate change, and you might think about, even about sustainability. So I think all these issues come together and help us be better citizens.
Thank you, Sugandha. I think those were some very good points on how we can change. And you gave some of your personal examples as well, that how you have been making those individual choices. But I would say, since I can afford, I would still not change. So how do you make it more in thing? Something to aspire for. Right now, we all aspire for more money so we can afford more and waste more. How do you change things to aspire something different? So let me call Damini on that topic. So Damini, what are your thoughts around that?
Hi, Sumit. Thank you so much for inviting me for this talk. And thank you, Marif and Sugandha, to give your inputs on this. A little bit about me. I have a master's degree in environmental management, which I got from Australia, Macquarie University. And now I work with NGOs working on solar panel installations, teaching kids on awareness, environmental awareness, as well as sustainability reporting. So I help startups and organizations prepare a social impact and environmental impact assessment report. So apart from that, I also run an Instagram page where I promote environmental awareness on all sort of issues out there, especially dealing with individual behavior. And that is why I think Sumit has invited me here as well. So talking about how can we, knowing that we have all of the money that we can afford buying extra items, cars, extra everything, and produce more waste. So how do we change that attitude? Okay, I will be talking about three biggest things, and these are food, transportation, as well as fast fashion. So earlier Sugandha said that you think individual behavioral changes have very little impact. So I was reading a research and I found out if we all act upon it, there is a potential of reducing around 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions in a plausible scenario. In an optimum scenario, there is a possibility we reduce 36% or 37% of the global GHG emissions only by making changes in our personal lifestyles, which is huge. And if you look at the food sector, it has the maximum potential because these are the things that are the most easiest to achieve by individuals like ourselves, especially when it comes to food wastage, when it comes to changing your diet, when it comes to composting. So food wastage actually has the maximum, when you look at the graph, it has the maximum potential. So talking about food wastage, I'll give you my personal example. At home, my mother and I were completely against, making anything extra. Like we cook as much as we require, and if there is anything that is left over, we give it to our neighbors, we give it to our, friends, families, so that there is no wastage at all. My dad always says that you should eat a little less than if your stomach is asking for so much food, you eat a little less, and that's a good way to maintain your health as well as reduce wastage. So I think these are the smallest things that comes from your family that helps you, motivates you to produce less waste. When you go to a hotel, we have this tendency to ask for more. Well, in the current scenario, I think less is more. And I think a lot of people have been saying that as well. So idea is to order for less. In case if you're more hungry, wait for a little bit more and order more instead of creating that waste, because hotel industries have another level of food wastage that just goes out there and done. Another thing I wanted to say was 1/3 of the global food produced does not reach the end customers, does not reach the people, and which causes around 8% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is huge. When you talk about supermarkets have your fruits, your vegetables packed in plastic, which again is an unnecessary packaging. Apart from that, they also have an expiry date, and the ones that go beyond 1 or 2 days of the expiry just are thrown away, when the food is actually not that bad. It's edible. It's just the date that has crossed, which does not define the quality of food. Also, the look of food apparently has made a big issue, in the sense, if your apple is a little disfigured, you might not buy it. And because of that, it again becomes an additional waste. So, which brings us to the next topic of composting, in the sense, why do we need to compost? So around 1.3 billion tons of organic food is put in landfill. And what happens when the biodegradable stuff is put in landfill? It decomposes and becomes methane, which is a greenhouse gas. So we're just adding that and putting it up in the atmosphere, which is causing all the troubles. So what we can do is, this 1.3 billion tons of organic waste can be composted, can be converted into nutrients for your soil, which will add to the quality of your soil, which will in a way improve the food security. So we'll have more better soil, we'll have more farm growth, farm yield. So another thing I wanted to talk about was transportation, which is the second highest impactful potential, which has a potential to for all of us to act upon it and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So what I personally believe is, even though we can afford more cars, we can afford driving individually, I've always personally had the best experience when I would carpool during my university days. I would sit along with university friends, and I made a lot of stronger relations during these public transport meets that I would experience by traveling on the train or by carpooling. So I think these are more meaningful experiences, and one of the best friends I have today are because I chose to pick up these modes of transportation rather than traveling alone. Moving ahead, other things you can do is telepresence. Like, because of COVID, where all businesses and all organizations are forced into talking online. If there is no need to reach to a location, we just prefer talking over a video call, which I think is something that all businesses can now learn from and put it in their policies, like adapt these new changes. And if there's not a need to actually go at the work location, we can all have more of these tele conversations. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the fashion industry in itself. Okay, I am wearing this top, which is a thrift buy, and I am so proud of the thrift buys that I've been doing recently. The fast fashion contributes towards not only when I started looking at the labels that comes from Zara, H&M, most of them had plastic as the highest ingredient. When you wash these clothes, when you throw them away, they end up in your oceans, they end up in your fishes, and there's this thing called as microplastics, which is so immensely spread out in our ocean that now it has entered our food chains, and it's probably present in ourselves right now, if you're a meat eater, that is. So what we can all do is, we can look at the tags, we can see what products are, where are you buying your clothes from? Are they sustainable? Are they organic? Even when it comes to organic cotton, cotton takes up around 10,000 liters of water for 1 kg of cotton to produce organically. So there are so many alternatives like hemp clothing, plant-based fibers, which are available. In India, there's this company called as Desktop, which produces hemp-based clothing. It's not only beautiful by the way it looks, it is also gives you that protection during winters. It keeps you warm. During summers, it keeps you cool. So it's an investment in itself. And you, while buying second-handed clothes, while buying stuff from thrift shops, you have the most unique clothing that I've ever seen myself. Like I found the most amazing shirt I've ever worn in my life via a second-hand buy. Another thing that we can all do is look at ethical ways, in the sense, if you're buying from a sustainable brand, are they ethical? Is there any child labor involved? So H&M and Zara and all these bigger companies usually do have unethical labor, which is what we're wanting to move away from. And just the knowledge of these things, just having these discussions with your friends, with your colleagues, that okay, this is happening so what can we do to change in our own personal lifestyles? So recently I was having a conversation with one of my friends, and we were thinking maybe we could put 1 or 2 hours every week to decide what are the changes that we're going to make this week towards living a more sustainable lifestyle. So just giving that 1 or 2 hours towards sustainability could make such a big impact, including what Sugandha said, these small changes that you can make in your kitchen, in your workplaces, in your own personal household. So yeah, and I feel like not only do you save a lot of money, I feel you can use this extra money that you now have in a better investment, in a longer buy clothing which is long lasting, which is more in which is like a thing that you can wear for a longer period of time. I think this is all I'd like to say, Sumit. If there is more, we'll come up with that later.
Thank you, Damini. I think those are a lot of additions to what Sugandha mentioned. So there are some questions around it, so I'll come back to those later. Let me just move on to Ayantika now, and to understand how the younger generation, I mean the upcoming generation, can actually use these things and actually make a change in what they aspire for. So right now, the examples that the younger generation has are not very healthy. They all are the rich people that we talk about. They're all the wasters. I mean, it's not bad that they're rich, but it's the habits. Those are bad. And how do we save ourselves from those habits? And I think the younger generation, who is the most influencing generation today, is leading the way forward. So, Antika, what are your thoughts, and how do you think the younger generation would actually want to move in this direction?
Right. So thank you for the opportunity, Sumit. A little bit about myself. I am Ayantika Datta. I'm pursuing my graduation in sustainable development from Xavier University, Bhubaneswar. And alongside, I'm a young professional exploring the fields of waste management with Recycle, which is basically a digital technology company providing cloud-based solutions for waste management and recycling. So the first thing that struck my mind when this topic of individual choices and behavioral change came up, an observation that I've had is that there's a lot of conversations about climate change at an international and national level. But when I talk to my neighbors, I find that there is no conversation. Let me share a recent experience of mine since I am studying with sustainable development. And I often get to hear, oh, so after 3 to 4 years, I'm going to watch you forecasting weathers. And I'm like, no. But as funny as it might sound, but looking at the seriousness of the issue, we can understand that there is clearly a lack of understanding and knowledge regarding climate change among the local communities, which you see is probably a major reason that is not, inducing individual actions and behavioral change towards climate action. Because through information, perspective builds, and through perspectives, our attitude and outcomes are driven. Another point I wanted to share is the biases on the number of people doing advocacy on climate change. I believe people who are connected to nature only they are attracted to this concept. So what do I mean, when I'm saying understand and knowledge among the local communities? So climate change is, often considered as save the planet or saving the planet, save the environment, planting more trees, etc. But is it just that? Is it really about saving the planet? In my opinion, no, it's not. It is the greatest crisis humans are facing. It is about humans bringing the extinction closer. It is about humans making this planet inhabitable for themselves. Throughout the ice age, there were species who came into existence and then became extinct, but the earth survived. Nature was reborn. The earth survived even when the water bodies were acidic. You may want to refer to this video named The Whole History of Earth and Life on YouTube. So, coming back to what I was saying. So, I ask you again, is it really about saving the planet? Let us know in the chat below. Now, many researches conducted in terms of humans' connection with nature states it has been declining over the years. You might even want to look up at a few in ResearchGate. Having said this, another point I wanted to share, you know, is that, like I said, the biases of people doing advocacy on climate change. So I'll give you an example. David Attenborough, his niche itself is the natural world, which includes wildlife, plants, etc. And I totally stand for his work. So the audience he is able to attract already has an inclination towards the natural world, but everyone doesn't, isn't it? We need a collective action, and collective action comes into existence because of individual action and behavior change. So, what can we do as a first step of individual action and behavioral change? Is it wrong to have an inclination towards the natural world? The answer, in my opinion, is no. Like David Attenborough says, the future of humanity and indeed all life on earth depends on us. I believe our first step as climate change advocates, and I'm talking especially to the young people, we must be starting conversations regarding climate change at our homes, with our friends and local communities in terms that matters to them. If they care about the future of their children, then talk to them in that aspect. If they understand in terms of economy, talk about it in that aspect. And like Maria mentioned, we together can make that 3.5% and drive the change. And maybe it's time to change the slogan from save the earth to save the human race, and learn learn, as David Attenborough says, work with the nature and not against it, because only then we survive. Thank you.
Thank you, I think those are very valid points. But I'm still looking for some questions on how do you motivate me to go that, because we know all those facts, and most of the time we even though these are best stores around H&M and all the brands that you mentioned are employing some child laborers, or they do not have the right working conditions. But how does it matter to me is the question. So if I want to change myself, what is the reward for me? I think in one of the panelists who was talking about behavioral change in the first day, or I think second day, she mentioned that all the habits are formed with the cue, the behavior, and then the reward. Until the reward changes, the behavior will not. So what is the reward for the younger generation here to make these changes? We know the climate change is very harsh truth, and it is going to kill all of us one day if we don't act now. But how much is the reward for me now, considering that I want to be successful in my career? But does it help me in that? In what ways it will be aspiring or inspiring for me to do this thing? So yeah, Damini, I saw your hand up. Why don't you go first?
I actually noticed that you said something which was a bit of an ironical point over there. You said, what is the reward? And then you said, I know that if we don't act upon climate change, we will all die. So I think that should be your reward if you're working towards not dying. But I do see where you're coming from. For the younger generations, I think the motivation would be, because we're all seeing more and more natural disasters which are triggered because of climate change happening now. I think the younger generation is more responsible, and looking at the whole millennials perspective, not a lot of us can, even though we are getting there, but not a lot of us can afford buying houses, buying cars, buying fancy clothing. What I feel is when you go for a thrift buy, you're making an investment. When you go for a slow fashion, in all, the slow fashion includes sustainable fashion, thrift, secondhand buy. It also includes your renting. It includes buying plant-based. So it is in itself an investment, and it is in itself a satisfaction within yourself, that you did not support something which involves child labor. You did not go for something that is causing pollution to the planet. You're also wearing something which is so unique that nobody else will probably wear it, because it's the only one of its kind. Also, the fact that it will help your health as well, in terms of your food diet, is by moving from, this is a point that I did not mention earlier, and now I think I should, by moving from meat, which is like beef and mutton, chicken, to a more plant-based diet. I will just give you one number. It is the fact that land usage per 100 grams of protein for tofu is 2.2 meters square, and for beef and mutton is 170 meters square, which is, I think, is a big 10 or 15 folds more. The reward that we're getting here by choosing tofu, by choosing plant-based diet, is your own health. I was a meat eater myself a couple of years ago, and now recently I've moved into eating plant-based. It's not only affected me, my mother has also become a vegetarian, which I think is, I for myself, I feel proud that I impacted her in a way that at least one person decided to change their lifestyle by seeing me. In itself is a very good feeling. I was very unhealthy. I would never exercise. Now I feel more healthy. Now I feel more aligned, and I feel I lead a more, healthy life. I think that is a reward in itself. What do you think, Sumit?
Yes, so those are the rewards to save ourselves from a calamity which we see very, very soon. I think what I also want to ask the rest of you would be, why don't you tell a little bit more of your individual, like Damini also mentioned how she moved from a meat-based diet to a completely plant-based diet, which is being a vegetarian. So how do you, what has been your motivation to changing those behaviors? And if you can bring in a little bit of individual perspectives of how you have been inspired about making those changes, and then maybe others will also fall in with those rewards as you got. So maybe Sugandha, you want to start?
Hi, yes, I've actually already mentioned most of the things that I do, but just adding a point to what Damini just said about health being one of the rewards like you asked for. I know a lot of women who shifted from using disposable pads because they contain plastic to reusable options, to reusable menstrual product options, and that was mostly for health reasons. They've had itches, they've had allergies, they've had UTIs, they've had RTIs because of using these regular products that that are so convenient and so readily available and not extremely expensive, I would say. But they have moved for health, and well, it's not just their health that is benefiting from these decisions. It's also the waste that they were generating that is that's considerably reduced. And just the people around them there, the topic is opening up for discussion. And I think that is an extremely important thing in marketing. There's this concept of ida, where if you're selling something, the first point would be spreading awareness about it. If people are talking about it, if people are aware about some issue or some product, they would be more open to taking it up themselves. The conversation on menstrual hygiene has opened up to such an extent, and so many people are switching to reusables for their health reasons or whatever, environmental reasons, and they just want to try something new because it's in the market. It's all following this pattern of ida. First you generate awareness about the product or the practice, and then you go on to building interest in the people, and if they desire it, which is the D of it, they will make the action. They will action upon it, and they will actually change their own practices and product usage. So this is something I wanted to say again.
Great, thanks. Marifer, you want to pitch in from the experience in Mexico? We all are Indians. We are talking about us. We would want to
Yeah.
understand what happens with the youth in Mexico.
Yeah, first I would like to add one thing to the first question that you have about the reward that we will have in order to, well, by changing our actions. And I think that it has to be with what Ayantika said, that it, rather than saving the world itself, is we're saving ourselves. So we need to think about, we need to connect with our humanity. We need to connect with what other people at the other end of the world are living, and what I'm living is maybe different, but the things that they're living may be the consequences of the things that I'm choosing or the things that I'm doing. So in that matter, it is about the small things, like, for example, in as in my life, I started by reducing the single-use plastics, as you're gonna said, and it is so simple. Just by thinking before buying, just by asking yourself if you really need that thing, if you really need that product, if it is a crucial thing that without it you can live. So I think that's the first thing that yeah, really helps, by thinking if you really need what you're buying, and therefore reducing the use of anything. So I think here in Mexico it is difficult to, well, really feel a difference by recycling, or okay, I want to use more zero waste products and that kind of stuff. And it is difficult to find places where you can buy that kind of things. But in that order, we need to ourselves support each other. If you know one local store that has all of those products, yeah, you tell your friends, you tell your family, you start to connect those points between our relationships, between all of your social circle, in order to really support each other in this movement. So I think it has started some while ago here in my city, and it is about us getting involved, uh, being responsible about the things that we are doing, and also being empathetic and have empathy, as they say it. Yeah, because we need to think about the future that we want, about the future that we want to give our family, about the future that we're giving to other people that we don't know about. So I think that's about, yeah, that's all. Just reducing your consumption, thinking before you buy, and just supporting the local stores and the local enterprises that have those things that you agree with. So yeah, that's, I think it is.
Great. Thank you. I think I want to come to you now, talking about all the things that we saw rewards. But can we also discuss a little bit about what is stopping us from making these changes?
Sorry.
What is stopping us from making these changes to better individual choices and changing the behaviors that we're talking about?
So, if you ask me, in my opinion, is the stories that we are telling ourselves. Like, I clearly mentioned in what I was saying. The aspect that we have, put in ourselves is that, climate change is just mainly focused on the environmental side. Like even you asked, right? What are the rewards that I'm getting? Now, we all know that climate change and sustainability altogether dwells in three spheres: economic, social, and environmental. So, if we knew the consequences or the effects that we are having in the balanced way in all the three sections, this question would not have been there. And the things that that is stopping us would not have been there. It is clearly because we humans are social beings and we are selfish beings, and we know that clearly. So until and unless we get that selfish perspective of why should we be acting towards it, we will not. I am acting it because I want to have, a future. I want my children to have a future. And besides that, I love nature. So I want that to stay. I want my future children to have a good life and not struggle, because we as youth, we are in such a delicate and the best position that we can actually bring about a change. Like I'm saying, Maria mentioned 3.5%, and that's all we can drive the change. And I strongly believe that we, the consumers, are the drivers of what should be there in the market. Because if we ourselves just stop, the industries cannot do anything but to switch. So yes.
Thank you. Sugandha, you wanted to add something? I just saw your hand up.
Yes, actually, I wanted to add to what you were asking about what is stopping us. I think first would be awareness about, just we're not thinking before making our choices. There's no informed choice. We're not being conscious consumers. Second of all, I think it's also to do with affordability. All of these eco-friendly products aren't the cheapest. So I think that's a huge issue here, because I bought a bamboo toothbrush for the entire family. Like I bought 4 bamboo toothbrushes for the entire family, but my father refused to use them, saying, "Oh my God, one toothbrush for 100 rupees. I would rather just use, the ones that we usually get for 40 rupees." So even though I was the one buying it, he refused to use it. And I understand that 100 rupees toothbrushes aren't affordable for everyone, but whoever can, please go for it, and whoever cannot, go for alternatives. Also, one more point that I want to make, going from what Marifer said about empathy. That's also one thing that's stopping our patriarchal society, which does not teach men to be empathetic. They're taught to be less empathetic, which is why, like you mentioned, that we have 70% women in this discussion, in this summit. That cannot be a coincidence. I mean, while it can be, but it still seems strange. I was also reading up this 2016 study titled "Is Eco-Friendly Unmanly?", which actually found that environmentalism was perceived to be a feminine behavior. Caring for the environment, being empathetic is seen as a feminine behavior. It also found that men didn't want to be seen doing green things for the fear of being seen as gay. So clearly, like, internalized homophobia also hurts the planet. Um so yeah, these are some things that I want to add, and a bit of gender perspective on why individuals like men do not probably take up these practices. There was also this separate study that said that men respond better to eco-friendly ad campaigns that show mountains or wolves instead of being that friendly mother nature kind of thing. So I mean, come on.
Very good point, actually. So this was supposed to be my next question to you, and also we are running out of time. But just yeah, considering that we are all this panel is full of women, what do you have to say to men? But thank you for bringing that perspective. So one last comment from each of you on how is there a gender sensitization required when it comes to individual changes and behaviors? And specifically in context of climate, is there a gender sensitization required when it comes to, let's say, thrift stores? Or because I see fashion is anyway considered most for women, because we see more women fashion stores than men, but whenever there are men fashion stores, and it will be same when it comes to climate or sustainable fashion. But any last comments from all of you on this gender? I think we were also discussing about something called eco anxiety. If somebody wants to touch upon that before we close. Anyone can start, please. Okay, Sugandha is unmuted.
Okay, so just adding to what I just said about gender, I think just this sensitization among men and all genders should not be just for climate change. It's also like society at large which will benefit from this. And if you just make all genders empathetic and tolerant towards each other and supportive of each other, we could combat climate change together. So even in India and probably abroad, even because I read this in the study, it says that men are a majority of the meat eaters. Even in India, in families, I've seen, like men, if, men have alcohol and men have non-veg. So like, meat and stuff. But the women of the house only cook non-veg. So, things like these, and I don't know, like there's a lot of gender disparities here. And if those are bridged, we can definitely work towards climate change together.
Great. So if anybody wants to add.
Sure. Talking about that point on fashion and how do we involve men. The thing is now that people are getting more aware about thrift shops and sustainable fashion. If you open Instagram, you would see in India itself, we have at least 15 to 20 thrift stores on Instagram itself. And they have brilliant stuff. They give you guarantee. And most of them are women, clothing, women apparel. But very few of them are men. So I think more men, if you are watching this right now, and if you have, an interest in fashion, and if you're a guy, or if you're any person, just go ahead and launch your, thrift store out there. We need more people like you. We need more awareness. So, like Sugandha said, she was completely right in terms of bridging the gaps of gender disparities. The last point I personally wanted to add to this conversation was on the whole reward thing that you said. If you're a business and if you know that now you've been making these changes towards the environment, why don't you start recording these, right? Why don't you start putting them in a report? Because that shows that you're meeting certain SDGs. You're working towards reaching sustainable developmental goals, which will help you not only you will attract investors, you will attract a more larger audience. More people would want to invest in your products or services. So I think that is a brilliant reward. This is where I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. So
I would like to say that, well, like it or not, we live in a system where a tree has more value as money than as a tree itself, where we have gender disparity, where we have a lot of social problems that also affect our relationship with the environment. So, but we need to remember that we are also a very important part of that system. So we can be the ones that decide the way the things are being done. We can decide what industry is going to have the power, what stores are going to sell more. So in the topic of thrift shops and all of those things, I think that we need to decide what we want. As a community, as a city, we have to decide, okay, we want thrift shops, we want men to get more involved, we want everyone to get more involved in the climate action movement. So, okay, let's demand that. If you know someone that has or that has this idea of starting a local store and who has entrepreneurship ideas of that kind of stuff, support them and bring more people. It is just about supporting each other and using that power that we have, that as individuals in the system, it may seem like we're just little dots in there, but by linking all those dots, we're having all of this power. And at last, I'm linking it with the 3.5% rule. We can have, as a society, the last word in the things, in the way the things are being done.
Thank you. I think Ayantika, you are left, so just
Yes.
give
So I'll
your
just quickly share my view. So I personally have not, felt, men not actually considering it, or sort of dominating. But on a general view, I really think that men should start hearing women out. Like, uh, you know. As in when say in a like which we just talked about climate entrepreneurship. So it's sometimes it's just the ego that stops them from working under them, or even with them if they are taking the decisions. So I think it's really time that we start collectively working, because individual actions lead to collective behavioral change and collective action. So that's just it from me.
Thank you so much. I think how you closed the session is also very good. And as you all know, the next session is going to be public health. It's going to be a big thing. How climate change is impacting public health, and how public health can become the major topic. And that session is completely led by women. So you can see, and considering all the nations that are doing good have women leaders. So all power to women. I think if men are still thinking that they should not work under women, I think it's time this this perception changes completely, because women are doing phenomenally well because they take everybody together, and men are mostly about this thing or their own agendas, but women have a holistic agenda. So all in for women leadership here. So thank you all for spending so much time with us and sharing your own personal stories and inspiring. I am hoping you've inspired a lot of people to change their individual choices and behaviors, and hope we get a better future ahead. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
It's
much.
been lovely speaking to you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Samir.
Thank you.
So here we are at the end of an amazing session on individual choices and behavior change for climate action. We all know how much it impacts, and we are if 1% changes, and as Marifa just mentioned, if only 3.5% of the population changes, only 3.5%, that's nothing. The whole system changes. So we are here. If you are one of the people who want to impact this whole discussion, please start using some of the examples which the amazing panelists gave. So going forward, we just take a small short 5-minute break, and we'll come back with the next set of panelists. Thank you all. We'll just the next panel is going to be on public health, as I just mentioned previously. So just be here while I invite all the panelists. Thank you. Hi, welcome back to the session. We have the next panel discussion on public health and climate change, exploring the public health dimension of the climate change. We are all going through a very big pandemic today. The pandemic is, has taken all us aback from all the things that we're seeing, and we are all at home, and it's a public health disaster. But is climate change also a public health disaster? Let's hear from our panelists today. Preeti is going to moderate the discussion. Preeti, over to you. I'm going to be a spectator now, and I'll come back when the time is about to overshoot, and I'll ask questions from the audience if there are any. So over to you, Preeti.
Thanks, Sumit. I mean, we are running out of time, so I'll quickly start off. A very good morning to everyone, and it's my pleasure today for two reasons. Basically, because as Sumit rightly mentioned, it's the time that the pandemic is looming over our head. So a discussion around public health is absolute essential. And secondly, the countries which have actually been fetching well in terms of managing the pandemic are led by women. Interestingly, out of the 194 countries, there are 19 countries only that have women leaders. But countries like Bangladesh, countries like Germany, New Zealand, Denmark have set a benchmark in terms of building together policies around that. So it's interesting. And secondly, to the fact that we have all women today makes it more interesting that women mostly are part of the solution. I'm not trying to make a discriminatory statement by that, but often you would see that in any kind of majorly solution areas, women actually bring in a different perspective altogether. And I would actually push it in a way that one of the most famous videos that went viral when the pandemic started was Bill Gates speaking in one of his TED Talks during the Ebola outbreak, where he said, "We are not ready for the next epidemic." And today in 2020, we are still struggling to take control of the disease as a big economy. So the conversation around the pandemic of climate change, exploring public health dimension, becomes an absolute crucial aspect today. Our panelists today are Dr. Anandita Patnaik, who is a doctor and a public health student, Ruchi Fool, holistic therapist, founder, Holistic Wellness with IKEA, Lucina M. Silva from Mexico. She's a young entrepreneur and a pharmacy student. And we have with us Shivangi Goel, a lawyer and founder of the Yoga for Inner Soul. So welcome everyone. And I would like to call upon Dr. Anandita right now to set the context and tell us about the synergies that exist between public health and climate change. Over to you, Anandita.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, the brutal fact about the consequences of climate change is that those who bear the brunt of it are the ones who are least responsible for it. And this especially holds true for vulnerable island nations like Kiribati. Kiribati was a country that was unknown to me until a few months back, but now it's a country that I genuinely feel for. It's a tiny country in the Central Pacific, southwest of Hawaii Islands. And it is not only geographically very beautiful, but as well, like the culture, the people, its traditions, everything is very beautiful. Now, the ocean that was their own, however, has become a threat in the last decade or so. It has started treading into places it shouldn't be in. The ground wells, that is their primary source of fresh water, is becoming salinated by the seawater. Now, this has led to severe shortage of fresh water, poor hygiene and sanitation, and these are all led to major public health problems in Kiribati and other island nations like Kiribati as well. Now, infectious diseases and vector-borne diseases like cholera, typhoid, dengue, Zika are expeditiously increasing. As the ocean engulfs more of their land, native people will have to migrate to other countries. They will become what is being termed as climate refugees. These refugees, in addition to being susceptible to a variety of infectious diseases, will also be prone to mental illnesses, especially depression and anxiety. They may also carry several indigenous diseases with them to the new places where they are migrating. Now, there is a growing concern that as climate change progresses, wet places will become wetter and dry places will become drier, a phenomena which we've all been experiencing in recent times. Now, this has paved the way for more frequent and severe natural disasters like cyclones, floods, and droughts. Public health plights that emerge as a consequence of these require intense investment in healthcare, sanitation, hygiene, and displacement reimbursements. Diseases like malaria, urinary tract infections, infectious diarrhea, and maternal and newborn health problems inflate. Such recurrent or prolonged disasters, when added to poor health policies, can ultimately lead to civil unrest. For example, the civil war in Syria has been linked to severe drought that led to agricultural collapse and large scale migration of farmers to the cities. This increased competition for limited resources and rising unemployment amidst poor governance added to the tumult. The health consequences of this perpetual civil war has been enormous. Now, moving on, like global warming, perhaps one of the most talked about effects of climate change, has led to migration of mosquitoes also to higher altitudes from low-lying tropical regions. Mosquitoes act as vectors for protozoan diseases like malaria, viral diseases like dengue, chikungunya, Zika, etc., and bacterial diseases like tularemia. The problem statement here is that these diseases are being introduced into previously non-endemic regions where there is no herd immunity against them. Therefore, acute exposure to these new pathogens might have grievous manifestations and rapid spread, like the current COVID-19 pandemic. Next, there is with global warming, there is thawing of the ice that was frozen for thousands of years. There has been reemergence of diseases that was buried like deep in the layers of history, as evidenced by the recent outbreak of anthrax in Siberia in 2016. Scientists have found evidence of microbes like bubonic plague, smallpox, the 1918 Spanish flu virus, etc., being preserved under the permafrost. Thus, the rising global temperature can cause a revival of many known and unknown pathogens with potential outbreaks. Studies have also shown that as the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere rises, crops like wheat, which is a staple diet of many Indians, would be deficient in nutrients like protein, iron, and zinc. This would add to the burden of diseases that occur due to dietary deficiency of these nutrients, especially amongst the poor in African and Southeast Asian countries like India, where iron deficiency and protein energy malnutrition is already very rampant. Now, climate change and its disastrous effects are transpiring now and will inevitably intensify in the future. So, as physicians and public health professionals, I think that we really need to upgrade our knowledge to understand the detrimental health effects of climate change and create and adopt appropriate public health policies to mitigate them. So, yeah, that is all I like have to say for now.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Anandita. And I think somebody who can build up beautifully on what you have already said is Ruchi. So I would like her to come on board and give us insights on the kind of work she did. And it's pretty interesting the kind of work she does, and she interacts with a lot of people. So, Ruchi, we would like to hear more from you.
Thanks, Preeti, and thanks for having me on board over here. It's certainly a very, very interesting discussion happening here, and exactly building on what Dr. Anandita said. So the IPCC lists all these three kind of, risks to public health. So which is one, the direct one due to extremities of climate and stuff. The second is the indirect one due to environmental changes, due to ecological imbalances and all of that. The third is due to causative factors, migration of population, conflict zones, and all that. So people get into, depression and other kind of stuff like that. And so the infectious disease and all are part of it. Now, what most of the statistics are not covering nowadays is a fourth kind that I'm going to talk about now. Okay, so these are called NCDs or non-communicable disorders, right? So these are actually the direct consequences of our relationship with the environment, with the climate, with everything around us. Okay, so let's say our direct connection with the universe and everything that exists in the universe. So everything impacts us, we impact everything else. So these are corroborated and these are basically listed out in all like Ayurveda, like all the Oriental sciences, yoga, and all of that, right? So we directly know. When I call myself a holistic therapist, I'm not just treating a disorder with a person. I'm actually trying to fix the internal and external environment of that person. And then the curative factors start stepping into the person, and automatically the disease starts reversing itself. That's what we do. That's how we cure people. So, like I was saying, these directly impact our physiological processes as well as our mental processes. So, these are called non-communicable disorders, also called lifestyle disorders, stress-related disorders, or chronic disorders. Now, these are all the disorders that fall under the umbrella of all the cardiovascular disorders, respiratory disorders, mental disorders, neurological, neurodegenerative, hormonal or endocrine disorders, and blah, 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 all of these. So all the heart attacks that are happening, all the diabetes that people are getting, all of these, hypertension and all, these all fall under this bracket. Let me tell you some of the statistics now of these disorders. And this is something I'm going to have to read out. So of the WHO states, of the 56.9 million global deaths in 2016, now these are 2017 released statistics, 40.5 million or 71% were due to non-communicable diseases. 71% globally, all right? So the rest of them, the infectious and all the three top that everybody's mostly talking about and, being released publicly are, the rest is, less than 30%. And this is 2017. The four main NCDs are cardiovascular diseases, cancers, diabetes, chronic lung diseases. Of 56.9 million global deaths in 2016, 40.5 million, okay, I'm just reading that out again. The leading causes of NCD deaths in 2016 were cardiovascular diseases, 44% of all NCD deaths, cancers, 22%, and then the respiratory diseases, including asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, 9%. Diabetes, etc., cause another 1.6 million deaths. Each year, 15 million people die from an NCD between the age of 30 and 69 years. Over 85% of these premature deaths are occurring in low and middle income countries. All right, cardiovascular diseases account for most NCD deaths, or 17.9 million people annually, followed by cancers, respiratory diseases, and diabetes. These four groups of diseases account for over 80% of all premature deaths worldwide. Right? So these NCDs are actually affecting our lifespans. And also, starting from an early, because they have an early onset nowadays. Nowadays, you see people, getting all of these disorders starting from the age of 30s, maybe in their, mid or late 20s as well. And children are being affected the most. So all the allergic reactions that the new ones that are coming into children, these weren't happening in my generation. These are happening into the latest generation now. So the allergic related disorders, all the chronic respiratory disorders that are affecting children, they are being affected by ADHD, ADD, and all of that. These are all attributed to these environmental causes, all right? Directly caused by climate change or indirectly caused by, or the causative factors of climate change. Any of these three categories. So if we understand the definition of health and wellness given to us by the UN, WHO, and even by Ayurveda, it says that it is not merely a lack of disease. It is the overall, positive health in terms of the physical health, mental health, as well as the social health and integration of a person. And if we look at, what climate change is doing, that's robbing us of all the three factors. The physical, the mental, as well as the social well-being. All of three are being robbed from us. Now, if you look at Ayurveda, Ayurveda defines swasthya to be established in one's own true nature. And it gives a direct correlation between your nature and the nature outside. Now, how does it do that? It has certain principles such as Tridosha, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, that a lot of us globally would actually might have heard of. So these are basically universal concepts. So universally, when the balance in the three, these concepts is disturbed, that disturbs directly the inner balance inside of us also. The doshas inside of us also get affected. And the major, even the study of the kind of a human being, their nature, as well as all imbalances is done on the basis of three doshas, if you see. Okay, any little minor imbalance will result in a disease. See, that is how we cure. We balance out the three doshas, and that's how we cure people. They get removed of the disease. Okay, so these are curable, by the way. So there's also something called the Ritu Charya, Dinacharya, Ratri Charya, and all of that. Ritu Charya means seasonal effects and how to behave in conformity with the seasons and weather changes and all of that. And because in earlier times, people didn't have the weather graphs and all that to tell them. Their senses were pure. Their senses were developed. So they could directly make out, okay, this is a change happening. This is how I should adapt and adjust myself, my behavior, my diet, my sleeping patterns, my eating patterns, my everything. Work, the kind of work that I do, the how much I can actually put in hard work, how much to rest. All of this is decided by seasonal changes. Nowadays, because they are being changed so rapidly, our body is under a lot of stress. Now we're going to remember the word stress over here. Again, it also defines the Panchabhutas or the 5 elements. If they change outside, they change inside as well. So earth, water, fire, ether, everything like that, right? So it's that's changing outside their balance. The same imbalance will occur inside of you. Okay? So that's how it's directly correlated. Even Saundarya, or the beauty of a person. So the skin, how the skin is, the nature of the skin is dictated by these elements. Okay, so we're not expecting ourselves to remain that pretty and beautiful. More need of makeup later in future if we go on with the climate change. So does yoga and other Oriental sciences. Like I said, they define chi, prana, and that's the energy. So if you've seen, in certain places, if you go to temples and all or out in nature, you feel light and happy automatically. In certain places, we go to pubs and all, suddenly you feel very active, and some people might even feel disturbed by the loud noises and the heavy energy there. So that also directly impacts us. Now, what that does is how that manifests into a disease, if I can tell you in a very simplified manner, is that when all of that energy and all of these imbalances, all of these constant changes in the environment, with the season, with the weather, with everything else is happening, apart from all the balance and all that's happening in society, whatever is happening, we do, absorb the impact of it in the sense that even if we hear a news, we get affected, right? We get upset. So it affects our nervous system. There are 2 kinds of nervous systems. One is the central nervous system that has the brain and the nerves. The other one is the autonomic nervous system. Now, that is the stress management system of our body. That gets disturbed majorly because of that. So it causes nervous disorders first. So first you will start feeling low and depressed and all of that. You'll have brain fog and okay. These are the indications of all of these happening. So that imbalance in the ANS is called stress. That settles deeply inside the system. Now that starts manifesting in all of these NCDs of physiological and mental disorders. Okay, so that is how it. So these are also called stress-induced disorders, like I said. So basically, they are causing hyperexcitation of the nervous system. If I have to use the correct term, and that causes all of these disorders. And the way we actually treat them is to balance out the nervous system, to remove the stress from deep within, and then automatically these go away. All of these disorders. What is the solution to that? Public policies and all generally focus on, the disease care facilities, I would say, not healthcare facilities, disease care facilities. And these are caring for the diseases once they happen. But nobody's being educated and there are no preventive steps being taken. So one of them is a major one that we see, and we know there are a lot of hurdles, we've discussed them, there's so many of them. So is climate change. So we really need to take care of that, and the rest of the environment as well. One of the major things is that. And at an individual level, it is our own lifestyle. We start choosing the right things for ourselves. We get educated ourselves. We choose things which are environmental friendly, which are not causing these huge climate change disasters. We choose the right people, we choose the right products, we choose the right lifestyle, we choose the right information that is going inside of us. That is how we can actually solve that problem for ourselves. And if, all these couple of billion people across the world, we all start choosing the right things, there is no power that anybody can enforce on us and forcefully make us choose things that they want us to choose. So we got to be very careful about the marketing strategies, read through the lines, and know what's good for us and what is being sort of forced down our throats by the marketing and advertising agencies, especially through the popular stars and stuff. Right. So that's what I have to say. And one more thing we can do is we can actually make our senses more, attuned with nature. We can, because if we avoid loud noises, loud anything, heavy food and all, our senses get more sensitive. And that's when we can directly know all of these things as well. It's part of human faculties. I'll conclude over here.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing, Ruchi. I was really waiting to hear you because there was so many fascinating facts around how we can change our lifestyle, and I like the way you kind of concluded towards the end, bringing about the marketing strategies and how companies are pushing it down our throats to take up a lot of things that are not meant. I mean, that's how globally diabetes has actually increased because the benchmarks have reduced in terms of just for the sake of actually selling more medications, we have actually devastated the whole benchmarking around it globally. So on
It's
this,
not only just a big pharma. If I can just add, I'm going to take 10 seconds more. It's also, products like health food, health drinks and all that. They are also the culprits.
absolutely, I completely align myself to those thinking that it's a gamut of actors in the system who are pushing us to believe what is right for us, and the fact that you said that we have to be more sensitive towards which is good and which is bad is it's something that we need to individually nurture within ourselves. And on that note, I'll take it to Lucina. She's a pharmacy student from Mexico, and we would like to hear from the big actors, the pharmacy industries. What are they trying to do with us, and how we can really change that kind of perception there?
Hi, thank you, Pretty. Yeah, so I would like to start with a quote. Health and social care services must be planned, financed, and delivered in ways that allow them to meet the needs of both today's population and future generations. This is said by Nader and Appleby in their Environmental and Sustainability, Health and Social Care paper. The objective of a sustainable healthcare is to reduce the carbon, but not without reducing health. So how can we do that? The Center of Sustainability Health created a simple plan to explain this. They divided their plan into two separate ways. The first one is to reduce activities. In reduce activities includes prevention, a patient-centered system, and a lean pathways. These three activities are sustainable clinical practices that we can implement in our hospitals right now. And the second part of this plan is to reduce carbon intensity, which means low carbon alternatives and sustainable design. This can be a bit more rough because we need to build new hospitals to do this, but it's an important step in making a sustainable healthcare system. Another big part of healthcare system and how Ruchi mentioned it, there's increasing of diseases, of chronic diseases in the world. And this means that there's going to be an increase in the drugs or the pharmaceuticals that we are using.
as consumers. In 2012, they contributed to 21% of NHS England carbon footprint. This is a lot of carbon in pharmaceuticals. So with that in mind, scientists had created a new concept, green pharmacy. It refers to the ways in order to minimize the environmental impacts of pharmaceuticals. But this involves both healthcare professionals and consumers or patients to taking leading action to prevent pollution caused by pharmaceutical products. The biggest issue with pharmaceutical products lies in the metabolites, or the little parts that came off our body and reach our environment. For example, oxybenzone, found in sunscreens, is disrupting coral reproduction and growth cycles. And this is just an example. There are many more metabolites that are harmful for the flora and fauna. According to Dom and Trehan in 2018, in their paper Green Pharmacy, a Narrative Review, there are about 159 active pharmaceuticals ingredients found in environment sectors as surf water, groundwater, and soil. This is affecting the life cycles of flora and fauna, especially the marine one, as well as the water we drink and use to irrigate our crops. This can be very dangerous to human health. So what needs to be done? Right now, the health professionals, especially the pharmaceutics and chemists, need innovative ways to minimize the waste and stop the metabolites from reaching nature. How? By making better treatment plants that can actually filter the metabolites in a safe way to dispose. And patients need a better culture of disposing expired medications and reducing self-medication, because this is a big problem. People are starting to get more access to the pharmaceuticals and start buying without care and disposing without care. So it's contaminating to our animals, our plants, and ourselves. We also need to generate rare habits, as Ruchi said. We need to start making a plant-based diet that is also helpful to the environment, like reducing the carbon footprint, but also to our health. And we need to start now. We need to start with everyone. We all have the power to do this. There's not just to the industries. We as consumers also can make a change in the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucina. That was really helpful. And talking about green pharmacy, I believe a lot of adages are linked today with the tagline of green. So the moment it's green, it suddenly appears to be good for the health. And so we have this food, as Ruchi mentioned earlier. So healthy foods are sold with the whole labeling around green foods. And that is how it pushes us into a domain of more diseases, because we try to kind of act more proactive in eating healthy food, but land up troubling our own system by damaging it altogether. So interesting. And I'll just move on to our next advocate, Shivangi. So what we really want to hear from you is the perspective that how is the legal domain actually looking at the climate change and public health aspect? Do we actually have laws on it? So we would like to hear more about little policies and laws that can really help as an individual level.
Thank you so much, Preeti. Am I audible? So, as the theme says, solving the unsolved, I believe maximum of the problems related to climate are human created. Nothing existed from the very beginning of civilization, and there is no problem on Earth which couldn't be solved. So, climate change and its associates has aggravated global health. India is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change.
About half of the India's population is dependent upon the agriculture and other climate sensitive sectors. About 12% of India is flood prone, while 16% is drought prone. India is now the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world after China and United States. Now, local, state, and national.
Shivangi, just a moment. Can you be a little louder? Look into your audio, please. It's fluctuating a bit. So if you could. Yeah.
So is it clear now?
Yes, better.
Okay. So now locals, states and national attention around the world are focusing on climate change and energy. India has now become a key player in international negotiations and has begun implementing a diverse portfolio of policies nationally and within individual states to improve energy efficiency, develop clean source of energy, and prepare for the impacts of climate change. In India, focus more on prediction and prevention. Many of the predictions regarding climate change are likely to become a reality. India is very diverse geographically, climatically, and culturally. With its huge and increasing population and rate of urbanization, India is undergoing enormous change that will magnify existing health threats. A greater understanding of the relationship between climate variability and human health in the countries such as India could aid in the development of new prevention strategies and early warning systems. We all know about sustainable development because this is something very common we all hear in our day-to-day life. But still, I would like to put some light on sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Development that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. In September 2015, the General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that includes 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It was built on the principle of leaving no one behind. The role of education for sustainable development was recognized in three major UN summits: the 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development in Rio de Janeiro, the 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg, and 2012 UN Conference on Sustainable Development in Rio de Janeiro again. So out of those 17 Sustainable Development Goals, few which I would like to highlight were no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, climate action, life below water, life on earth, sustainable cities and communities. We all know private and public sectors are also responsible for climate change. The US Global Change Research Program Fourth National Climate Assessment identified the last 3 years as the warmest in modern history, with human activities related to greenhouse gas emission. If we see a small example, then the air pollution dipped by 79% during lockdown in Delhi and NCR, mainly owing to no industrial activities, reduced no road traffic, and a pause on construction activities, which is upswing again as the city gradually opens up. This was a study by Center for Science and Environment. We all are aware about the COVID, about the coronavirus. So if we take an example of COVID, we don't have any laws on pandemic. No one was prepared for such acts. The effectiveness of quarantine laws was under 160 years old Indian Penal Code 1860 and 123 years old Epidemic Diseases Act 1897. The execution of these laws revealed the safety and security of public health professionals and delivery system to high vulnerability. Therefore, the President of India promulgated the Epidemic Diseases Amendment Ordinance 2020, declaring act of violence cognizable and non-bailable with high deterrent value. Standing at the crossroad, the government has given careful consideration to the efficacy of the Epidemic Diseases Act 1897 in combating the COVID-19 pandemic in a present public health crisis of horrific magnitude. Just a minute. Please hold on. It earnestly realized its constitutional duty of improvement of public health under Article 47 of the Indian Constitution 1950, which directs the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living and to improve public health as among its primary duties. Green hospitals may be better prepared to deal with COVID-19. So in a research and study, it was said that the toxic chemicals in our homes could increase COVID-19 threats. UN Secretary General says climate change devastation will be many times greater than coronavirus pandemic. Air pollution may be key contributor to COVID-19 deaths. And analysis of coronavirus death in 4 European countries shows 78% occurred in the most polluted regions. Climate change and coronavirus calls for government around the world to invest in public health, healthcare access for all, and community resilience to confront global health emergencies and argues for fundamental changes in the world economy. Our government were not prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic. They are even more unprepared for the global warming emergency. Our government have ignored 35 years of global warming warning by our best scientists, just likely many of them have ignored the advice of our best pandemic scientists. If we keep going by like the way we are now, our governments are less than 5 years away from missing our last chance to reduce global fossil fuel use sufficiently to control our futures and prevent widespread human existence. After seeing all this, how human beings have devastated the environment, there are people like MC Mehta and Javed Payang who have helped to make world a better place. Javed Payang is also known as India's forest man. He created 550 hectares of forest single-handedly. Javed went on planting along a dry sandbar by the Brahmaputra in Assam on the island of Majuli near Jorhat. Javed has a very simple solution to the global problem of depleting forest cover. Teach children to love nature. He feels the rest will happen on its own. Although he fears for his forest safety, but he knows it will survive. So if we come to the environmental laws and policies, there are innumerous legislation to it. Many environment legislation existed, but the real motivation for bringing about a well-developed framework came only after the UN Conference on the Human Environment, Stockholm 1972. Under the influence of this declaration, the National Council for Environmental Policies and Planning within the Department of Science and Technology was set up in 1972. Some of the legislations in India are Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Environment Protection Act 1986, and National Environment Appellate Authority Act 1997. And it goes on. India's development concern and mitigation and adoption challenges was also important. This was the framework that was laid down in the National Action Plan on Climate Change, Prime Minister's Council for Climate Change, Government of India 2008, and its subsidiary 8 missions. Some of those 8 missions were National Solar Mission, National Water Mission, National Mission for Green India, and it goes on. There is a great need to improve environmental monitoring and surveillance system in low and middle income countries such as India. We should remember we are more than just consumer. Our leaders need regular reminding from us as citizens that we will support any courageous action on climate change. I would like to end with a quote. Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. So this was quoted by Mahatma Gandhi. So it is important we think and act now. Tomorrow may be too late.
Great, Shivani. That was such a nice view about how our policies and laws are in place in terms of our environment and public health, especially. And there is a lot to do. I strongly believe that in terms of our whole legal framework, in terms of there are countries which have actually given a lot of legal rights to rivers. So we have to be cognizant of some sort of those kind of interesting finds in which uh, the nature also has equivalent right to that of humans. So maybe by that standard, we are able to balance our position within the planet. And you rightly answered in terms of the fact while closing that there is a thinking, but there has to also be a push towards policy making around the subject area. And we are running out of time, and I'll just take the last words from each one of you on this. And this would be interestingly on a solution. Are we doing enough in terms of public health, climate change? We see each one of you beautifully touched upon the fact that there is a layering of different problems across. But what's the next step? Is there a question of mobilizing more voice around it, or maybe policy making, or maybe changing at individual level? All of that can actually push towards a solution. So quickly, just last words from each one of you, please. I'll ask Ruchi to go first on this.
So my take on this is that if the policymakers, they already know what's happening. The people who are creating the products, they already know what's happening. They're still doing that. So who can start making the difference is me. Who can start making the difference is each and every individual. We, like I said, we got to start making the right policies. We got to start making the right choices of products, people, lifestyle. And we got to also start creating more dialogue around this. We're going to start talking more about this. We're going to create our own awareness around this. And also when a policy comes out, it is very important to read between the lines of the policies, because most policies, they'll say, okay, it's a healthcare policy and all of that. But these are, if you read between the lines, these are more about creating more hospital spaces and stuff like that. So it's not about that. There is little talk about prevention of all of these. When the WHO itself notes down in one of its levels of statistics that these are entirely preventable through lifestyle changes, which includes our environment as well.
Thanks, Ruchi. And next, Anandita, can I hear from you? Your last thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, so like Ruchi said, like individual level is very important right now. And what I would like to add is like from a medical perspective, like yeah, public health policies are there, but they're not being implemented as such. And we need new policies keeping up with today's times. Those need to change. And one more thing that I would like to emphasize on is that education of like physicians, like medical students, when they are studying like preventive medicine, we have a subject on that, but like more emphasis on climate change and preventive medicine, that should be given more importance, like educating our healthcare workers, our healthcare professionals, so that when these diseases emerge, then we would have the right knowledge to treat it. So yeah, that is my perspective.
Great, Anandita. Lucina, the last words from you, please.
Yeah, I think we need to work in together with the hospitals, the decision makers, and the students. We need to create a system that is centered on the patient, but aware of the environment. And also we need to educate people in the habits of pharmaceuticals and healthy habits. Thank you.
Yeah, great. On this note, I'll close the panel and with the lasting words that the most important aspect for the change is one himself. At an individual level, we need to really redefine how we make our changes, and that's going to be the commitment for our own nature and for the climate change dimension. Thanks for coming in, Sumit. I know we pushed ourselves off the limit in terms of time. Thank you, but as we are done. So
Thank you. I think I heard a lot of good stuff from you guys. I think I was reading the comments on the Facebook and YouTube. I think a lot of people are appreciating of what you guys just talked about here. So thank you all for bringing different perspectives from pharmaceuticals, from the preventive health, which Dr. Ananda just mentioned, and policies, with Shivangi mentioned, and the holistic health point of view, which Ruchi brought in. I think it was a very great panel. So I thank you all of you for giving your inputs and spending time with us. Thank you. So I'll just. So next we have is a short quiz. Again, so those of who are watching us online on Zoom or Facebook or YouTube, these are the questions. So these are questions related to media, because that's where the next discussion is starting. So name of the documentary. So these are some documentaries have been created on climate. So give me a sec. Yeah. So there are two documentaries we're going to talk about. So this one documentary was released in 2012. James Bullock and his team on the Extreme Icy Survey, assemble in multi-year chronicle of planet's rapidly melting glaciers. So talk about, if you know about the name of this documentary, please type in your comments on YouTube or Facebook. And the second is it was released in 2007. The documentary features former Soviet leader Mikhail, who is a theoretical scientist, so physicist Stephen Hawking, and former CIA director James Huxley, along with more than 50 other scientists, scholars, and leaders, discuss pressing issues facing today's world, and specialists reveal how human action impact the Earth's ecosystem and what can be done to reverse or show the damage before it is too late to save the planet. So, if you know the name of these two documentaries, please type it in the comment. We're going to take a short lunch break now, though we overshot the time a little bit. So it's only 15 minutes for lunch, but we'll try and be back in time. And after that, we are going to listen to uh, Dr. Kulveen Trehan, who is a faculty in GGS IP University of Media. So don't go anywhere. Wait for the amazing keynote address by Dr. Kulveen, and then we'll have panel discussions on role of media, as well as how do we rethink our cities in terms of climate. So don't go anywhere. Answer these quizzes and have some great lunch. Thank you. We'll be back very soon.
Stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your mind, of your mind. In the end, the call. In the end, in the end, in the end, the call. In the end, your shining hands in mine. Some things are meant to be. In the end, the call. In the end, the call. Stick with I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your mind, of your mind. In the end, the call. In the end, in the end, in the end, the call. In the end, your shining hands in mine. Some things are meant to be. In the end, the call. In the end, the call. Stick with Stick with Stick with I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your mind, of your mind. In the end, the call. In the end, in the end, in the end, the call. In the end, in the end, your shining hands in mine. Some things are meant to be. In the end, the call. In the end, the call. Stick the stick the stick the I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper,
Hello? So we are back. Welcome to the second part of the summit. Welcome, Dr. Kulveen Trehan, and thank you for joining us. So, while we wait for our panelists to join for the next session,
Hi Sonal. Hi, Dr. Kulveen. So you guys, Dr. Kulveen, we can't see you, Dr. Kulveen. If you wanna turn on the camera.
My side is on. Yeah. Yes.
Hello, Dr. Kulveen. Yes, we can see you now.
hello, Dr. Trehan.
Hi, Sonal.
Great. So over to you, Sonal.
Yes. So, hello everyone. Once again, welcome to the second part of the day 3 of Young Leaders Summit. Now, today we have been talking about climate entrepreneurship. So, today is the day when we talk about the solutions to the challenge that we have, to the challenge of climate change. And there are so many branches of solutions that we can implement, right? So, to begin with, before I introduce Dr. Trehan to everybody here, I'd like to just sum up what we talked about in the first half for Dr. Trehan as well, that we dwelled on climate entrepreneurship. We had a talk on our other keynote speaker, Mr. Pratap Raju, and he totally familiarized us with what it's like to be an entrepreneur in the field of climate change, how it can be tackled. Then we talked about, our second panel talked about the individual choices and behavioral change that we need to do in today's time, because we can't simply rely on the community level or the organization level. We need to do it by ourselves, right? And we also talked about the public health dimension of climate change. Take, for example, COVID-19, how it has disrupted worlds around the world, and countries around the world, and how climate climate change has maybe decelerated because of the pandemic. However, that's like one green flag. But the public health going bad is also because of climate change. So it's like a back and forth relation. Now, I'd like to know, moving on, I'd like to introduce Dr. Trehan here. She is well accomplished in the field of media. She has a tremendous academic outreach. She has given workshops and organized panel discussions. She has, and like the most attractive part for me about her is that she has been awarded. She was awarded the Iconic Women Award under Exceptional Leaders of Excellence by Women Economic Forum in 2019. I know it's a bit late, but congratulations, Dr. Trehan, for that. So it's an honor to have somebody like you who is making so much of difference from the media angle amongst us to talk about the role of media in correcting climate change, if I should put it that way. So welcome once again to the Young Leaders Summit. Furthermore, Ms. Trehan is a working faculty at the University School of Mass Communication, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. She has a teaching and research experience of 18 years. And before that, she's been involved as a creative professional in the advertising industry before she joined the media academics. Finally, she's, like I mentioned before, she has a
tremendous academic outreach. So she is a resource person for training courses organized by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So that is a huge deal, I feel. And I hand over to you, Ms. Trehan, for addressing our audience with your keynote speech.
Thank you so much for such kind words. Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to be part of the climate action. Am I audible? Sunil, is the audio clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm delighted to be part of the Climate Action Young Leaders Summit 2020. My congratulations to Sumit and the entire team of Environment Aware for putting up such a wholesome program for climate change communication, crisis, entrepreneurship, action, so to say. It is indeed an important step towards green-blue recovery and sustainable, inclusive future. Friends, as we move towards the last few hours of the summit, at the end of the summit, it becomes imperative to discuss media, masses, and climate action. Edmund Burke referred to media as the fourth estate, the fourth pillar of democracy, and it is time to explore the media beyond cricket, beyond Bollywood, even beyond the pandemic updates and politics we receive every day. There has to be an urgency now that we assess the role of media, the content, the context, and the subtext of coverage of media vis-a-vis environment, vis-a-vis protection, and as a subset, climate change and action. The relationship and its various manifestations can be seen in the three predominant forms of mediated communication as we explore or look closely at the media ecosystem in India. Vis-a-vis climate change, we have three major mediated forms of communication. So if you could just roll the slides a bit. Yes, if you could just share the slides alongside, that would make it even more interactive. Yeah. So there are three major forms of mediated communication, that is mainstream media coverage, and then coverage on online news websites, news content websites which are publishing articles, blogs, specialized features, videos, columns, and whatnot, along with social media advocacy, that is internet-enabled activism for climate change communications. So these are three major aspects of content, of context, and the kind or the nature and extent of coverage which may impact public opinion or shape public opinion with regards to climate action. Since it's the mainstream media that prioritizes the issue amongst a very large section of society, let's examine its role in more criticality. Wagner did say that most of what society learns about the environment is from news. It may not be an objective presentation of reality. It is but an interpretation of events and issues as gatekept, as managed by reporters, editors, and selected sources. So, it is not merely about the primacy of climate as a top issue, but also about what and how is climate change reported in the media. When we look at the critique of media or in media, we come up with four major concerns. Media, good media, is it living in climate denial? Or is it limiting climate action from news deliberately? Why is there a shrinking news role with regards to environmental coverage in India? Or can we harness, or if we can, how to harness the power of local and community media with regards to climate? All of this is media. When we're talking about mediated communication, we're not limited to just mainstream media, but of course, the relevance of mainstream media exceeds the other. But the relevance of mainstream, community, micro, as well as the digital media has to be integrated in our understanding of media and climate crisis. When we read whether Indian media is living in climate denial, looking at the data, it seems so. Looking at the scant coverage in mainstream media, it seems that it's creating a climate denial. Not only is it leading in a climate denial, but it's creating a climate denial, especially amongst the uninitiated. People who are not climate literate, people who do not not realize and understand what is climate change, how do we address it, what are the interlinkages of climate with other aspects of political, economic, social, technological, and cultural life. They do not find the news in the media, so they do not realize the magnitude of the crisis. For them, the crisis is somewhere away in some other part of the global south, but it cannot touch them. They are not part of, or they are not as such bothered by climate change because the mainstream media does not report. We do not hear it in the media, we do not see it in the media, so climate change does not exist. Climate crisis is just not there. You can see that climate action, but for a couple of episodes, when there are floods, in the country, whether it's Assam or Kerala, climate action is just not on primetime television. We don't have the breaking news, we don't have the panel discussions discussing, but of course, Ravish Kumar, once in a lifetime takes it up at 9 p.m. on NTTV.
Dr. Kulveen, sorry I would disturb you in a bit. So there's a lot of background noise coming from your side. So might be a little. The voice is not coming very clear. You might want to adjust the audio a little bit. Now it is fine. Maybe you want to speak without the headphones. You might need to unmute yourself again. There is still a lot of noise, actually. I'm not sure.
Voice better?
Sorry? So there are comments on our live stream also. People not able to hear you very clearly.
Now here?
I don't know, there's some kind of a background noise.
Is it better?
Yes, yes, this is better.
If you try it with the headphones.
Sure.
How's the audio now?
Much better, much better. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So we were discussing that how climate action is not on primetime television. There are no breaking news stories on it. Panel discussions are not around climate change and especially climate action, right? So, and of course, even in newspapers, the coverage is about 5 Ws and 1 H. The coverage is about, what is the scale of devastation? What is the government doing? What kind of relief is being provided? So it's a reportage of an event. It's not a framing of a particular disaster or floods or hurricanes in the context of how it is attributed or associated with the climate change. What we need is not reportage, a simplistic report. What we need are analytical reports or stories on floods as a consequence of climate change crisis. What we need is a coverage of how human apathy towards environment caused the hurricane, caused the floods in the first place. So it's a cause and effect relationship, which means media has faltered to explore in its reportage. Even worse is omission, a deliberate omission of climate action from news headlines. News goes 24/7. Every day we see stories about human displacement, but the media does not draw any linkage between the event and climate change. We're writing about drought, we're writing about heat waves, we're writing about the length of a season, missing migratory birds, fires in the jungle. But there is a silence, and of course, a spiral of silence which then proceeds vis-a-vis contextualization of the climate crisis. This silence can be attributed to lack of specialized journalists, that we do not have enough science journalists who understand environment, who understand climate, and that is why we get minimalistic reportage, very simplified form of reportage. But it is little too naive to believe that. We do understand that there are people in Center for Science of Environment, there are people working in the universities coming up with papers, draft papers, documents, and they are not finding any place in the media. They are not published. So we need to look at the political economy of media that sets the agenda. Is it the corporatocracy which is now dictating the public policy, and hence climate change is no longer part of the newsrooms, if it ever was? There's a shrinking news hole for environmental reporting, and that can be attributed to our concentration on how to increase the circulation figures, how to sell more newspapers, of public interest, telling stories of public interest and not really in public interest to capture the market and to pander to the ownership pattern. Most of the commercial organizations, commercial media, that is the legacy media, is run by corporate organizations which have other stakes in other businesses such as forestry, energy companies, paper mills, oil mills, and whatnot. So the editors and reporters, they gatekeep, they spike, they remove, or at times are pressurized to eliminate stories that may not go down with the corporate organizations who are running businesses, which are directly in conflict with climate communication. All we find is conflict in the stories. We find visuals of human beings which are very colorful, which make visuals, for 24 hours coverage. But what we do not find is investigation. What we do not find is interpretation. And what we do not find, certainly do not find, is association of climate change in the news reportage. The curious case of personal interest stories in Indian media. What leaves most impact is always the personal story. What leaves most impact is the story of a farmer who traveled many a miles to fetch some water for his cattle in the parched hinterland of Rajasthan. Not only does it mirror the conflict, but also provokes the young minds to empathize, not only to find what is the problem, but also to explore solutions and create advocacy and action. These stories must find the media. Unfortunately, they are not there in the media. And of course, the climate change communication in Indian digital media is seemingly no different. We had just carried out a study in 2020, about 6 months back, and we were looking at 6 popular news content sites with regards to coverage of environment and agenda setting in Indian news websites. And look at the percentage. All we have is about less than 0.5% of the total news content dedicated to environment. Within that also, if you look at the geographical location of news stories on popular news websites in India, we find that the major thrust is on international stories. What's happening away? We've conveniently forgotten the news value of proximity. That if there is a lake, which is no longer a lake in Dwarka, that story has to be contextualized. Why have lakes dried up? Why have lakes now become drainage systems in Dwarka, in Delhi? Can we talk about those issues with regards to the need for action, the need for advocacy, the need for creating a climate change policy in India, which is local, which is indigenous, which is native, and which is bottoms up in its approach? So all those aspects also need to figure in. So when we're talking about needs to be local, it is about harnessing the power of the local and the vernacular. Within mediated communication, there is a need to go local, to explore community media, language television, language press, so that people relate to the issue, so that they can espouse the cause, they can adopt climate as their cause. The regional language media has to take up environmental issues from the perspective of the local people in more innovative ways that engages in the community. What's stopping them from creating personalized stories, writing mirrors? What is stopping them from coming up with utilitarian features with regards to climate communication? Media needs to integrate itself in the system. Media should work with the NGOs to create media campaigns, institutions and civil societies to increase or to create climate change literacy. Increasing awareness is the first fundamental role, the role of a surveyor in the media. It is extremely important for the journalists to align themselves with the environment around them, to understand the issue and connect it up in a bottoms-up approach. Jadhav was doing a particular study in Marathi newspapers, and he had some interesting findings with regards to that. When he was looking at Marathi newspapers, he found that Marathi journalists were reporting or writing on the local issues of environment and agrarian crisis far more pithily, far more deeply, as compared to the English dailies. That was one aspect. But without that also, right? One of the major challenges these newspapers, even though the reportage is more than English dailies, is with the vernacular press that they do not have vernacular dictionary, that the jargon is majorly English in nature, that the climate change jargon needs to go vernacular, needs to go local. We need to find local terminologies, local jargon, local parlance has to be created. Or if academically I can say, a local thesaurus or a dictionary is required on climate change so that there is a bottoms up approach or there is a participatory approach to community media or local media with regards to collaboration. Not just that, when we are looking at, if we are looking at this, summing up the entire role of mediated communication or media, masses, and climate action, media is donning many hats. If you could move to the last slide, you'll see that media is donning many, many hats because it has to make people care. We are not dying out of random accidents, but in fact are losing to profit and greed. Media needs to inform. Media needs to be a surveyor. Media needs to educate. It needs to create a base of knowledge. Go beyond just climate change literacy. It needs to create a body of knowledge around it. It needs to educate. It needs to mobilize. And very, very importantly, it needs to give the voice to the people, the tribal people in the margins who are doing their bits in protecting their environment, their native land, their forests. And from there onwards, media need to advocate action and impress upon the policymakers to create some kinds of fundamental changes. We cannot let the airtime go waste. It is important to know who will be on screen to talk about climate change. Those people are important instead of politicians and film stars clamoring for space on air. Media needs to highlight the role of opinion leaders, the role of influencers, the role of advocates, the role of scientists, and of course, the role of administrative machinery who are in charge of policy making so that tough questions can be posed, so that deliberations can be initiated. We need panels which are diverse, plural, and climactic. We need active panels on climate communications. We cannot just continue to have panels wherein news is entertainment. We need to have panels where news is climate, where news is development, where news is sustainability, where news is diversity, where news is inclusion, where news is crisis communication. And of course, we need collaboration between academicians, scientists, and journalists. This collaboration is mandatory. You cannot do without it, because if you do not have this collaboration, the bitter truth of corporatocracy, the bitter truth wherein the corporate organizations are guiding what will be written and what will not be, what will be published and what will go on air, will never be exposed. So in doing so, we also have to move towards the new era of internet-enabled activism. When we talk about internet-enabled shared media, that is the social media advocacy. That alone can negate corporatocracy in many ways. For that to happen, the media must become a conduit to spell action. You have to make people participate in the democratic process. You have to create the alternative public sphere by choosing the government that are addressing the climate change. How can you make the social media has to create a spillover effect with the mainstream media to create guided media campaigns wherein election manifestos are pressed to show a promise on climate policy. The media campaigns have to push for an agenda. In fact, they have to reset their agendas now so that election debates are around ideologies and ideas about transforming energy usage and sustainable goals. Thank you. I'm expecting the panel to discuss the issue of role of media and mediated communication in greater details.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Sumit. Okay.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Kulveen. I think this is very, very interesting presentation that we saw, and we heard you speaking all about, especially the local media and the comparison to the local media and the international media that you did, and especially the regional language media. We anyway, as a country, I think we have the largest number of newspapers that are being rolled out. And we have the largest number of news channels, and we have numerous numbers of regional news channels which are going on. So in just what you highlighted a lot of things on how do we need to contextualize the climate change and there are no personal stories that are being highlighted. So if in a nutshell you want to tell one thing, that what is stopping the media to actually contextualize and take climate change up, if you want to just in a few lines, if you want to tell what it would be, what is the reason of this?
Today, if you're talking about the contemporary situation, what I look at is the pressures from the political economy, the ownership patterns, because it's the corporate organizations who have stakes everywhere in oil mills, paper mills, pulp mills, who are guilty of violating many climate convention rules. Since they are the ones who are behind media organizations, they are overpowering the editorial rooms. The newsrooms have been taken over by them. So even if the editor wants it, the story will not go out. The story does not find a place. That is why the need for local media, the need for community publications, something like a Khabar Lahariya. Khabar Lahariya has been doing wonderfully well, a newspaper from the women, right? That has been doing extremely well. So more stories which are about gender and environment. That's a very, very important subset of climate change communication. So those stories needs to come out. They need to find more place. And that is where the resonance of media with regards to, forming public opinion for a longer period of time will happen. Otherwise, news will come and go. You'll have flash stories of floods and people have short memories. We will show concern for a day and we will not even link it with climate change. There is a flood in one part of the country. Some people have died and that's the end of the story.
That's true. That's true. So just one more and last question that would be, so how do you think the local media and the community news and media can actually thrive? Because we all know if all the bigger people who are actually causing a lot of damages are behind the news and media channels, then there is anyway very less left for the local media to actually get the money from. Because how will they get viewers? How will they get money? How will they get investment? So what are your thoughts around that? If somebody,
yeah, Sumit, that's a very interesting question.
Linking into the morning session on climate entrepreneurship, because this could be one area of entrepreneurship.
Yeah, absolutely.
How can that? How will somebody get investments and funding?
But of course, I'll have to be honest with you. Starting a community radio station in, let's say, a remote part of Uttarakhand or Mewat or parts of Orissa, that's been doing very, very well, is not easy. It's quite a challenge. But once you are committed to it, there are a lot of community radio stations, like for instance, Radio Mewat. They've been doing community work for the last 10 years in a particular village, right? Stories, that's a bottoms up approach. Stories are coming from the people. So you need to have that kind of dedication. You cannot have a ad-driven radio model there. That is not applicable. So you'll have to have a crowd-funded, a crowd-sourced model. And of course, a lot of subsidies can be made available from the government under specific contentions. That needs to be seen. But community media, in terms of starting a newsletter, starting a 4-page newspaper, do not start a 20-page newspaper, a 4-page newspaper. So those things are starting, for example, using street theater as weblogs. First of all, we used to go in and, perform theatrical, parts, a little bit of community outreach programs in certain parts to talk about plantation of trees, to talk about drainage systems, to talk about environmental conservation. But then gradually we started recording those programs, and those little bit of videos, they started doing the rounds with digital footprint now increasing. The integration of community media and the social web can come together to create an alternative media sphere, because the mainstream media is lacking.
Yeah, that's very true. I think it's a very good ending note as well, because we all know media doesn't tell what people need to hear. They just tell people what the funders and the consumers want to hear. It's duty of the media to highlight the right things and tell them where the future is headed. If they don't, then it's going to be a problem. So thank you, Dr. Trehan. It was very wonderful listening to you. And we have put your social media information on our website, so you might receive some inquiries on the talk that you said. And is it okay if we put your presentation on the website for people who want to see what the pointers you shared?
Not an issue.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kulveen. Then it was wonderful listening to you, and thanks for sharing your thoughts. We are going to discuss the same thing right now after this
Yeah.
in detail. So thank you so much for spending your time with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So here we are. What a wonderful session by Dr. Kulveen Trehan. Now will take one very short break, and then we'll come back with another amazing panel, which is going to discuss this thing in detail, where we have some great people. We have Anusha from India, who's a researcher. Then we have Scarlett from Romania, who also started journalism and media work in Romania. We have Devashish from India, who's also who's a heritage and conservation management expert. Then we have Luz Fang from Panama, who is a climate reality leader and also in graphic design. So let's just wait for the panelists to join in, and then just give us a couple of minutes while the panelists join in. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We just heard from Dr. Trehan about the great work she's doing. Now we have an amazing panel to discuss this in a little deep and get some examples of how things are doing around the world. So to discuss that, I have panelists with me. Anusha, Scarlett from Romania, Devashish from India, and Luz Fang from Panama. So bringing all of that into perspective, you all heard, you guys can turn on your cameras and unmute yourself. Let me just stop sharing the screen so we can all see you. Great, so we are all here.
Hey.
Great.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi, great. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We are all very excited to meet you. Quickly moving to the topic, we know that media plays a very important role in informing the people. So how do we solve all of this? I mean, how do we bring media into a bigger perspective? So just to understand from the context of how media can help and what is the deep requirement of media playing a critical role, let me invite Anusha first from India, who's a researcher, to speak a little bit about it and then tell us and set the context right for the discussion.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Sumit. Am I audible? Great. So as Dr. Trehan wonderfully explained the role of media, different forms of media, today in my talk, I'll be talking about social media, how it is a powerful tool and how it can be used to convey our message about climate change. Um, as one of our panelists in the previous talks, Sugandha, she was mentioning about the butterfly effect, where a single action, a small action, can just take a bigger place. It can cause much bigger reaction. Similarly, social media can do the same things. For example, given it's just one single touch away, we can use social media. A large amount of information can be conveyed in it's just a matter of touch. You get access to a large amount of information without hassling much, without traveling much, without spending much. Nowadays, smartphones cost really less. It's just 3 to 5,000. However, if it's a privileged, you know, uh, privileged property to own a smartphone. Besides that, there are other platforms via which you can access social media. Dr. Trehan was mentioning how climate change is often ignored, especially in the news channel or in the newspapers due to limitation of space, limitation of screen time, advertisements, and all of that. But still, climate change having a larger access or a larger, audience, it's difficult. Whereas social media resolves that. For example, does anybody remember the Amazon wildfires? Does anybody remember what happened? Before we all actually realized it was happening, none of the news channels were covering it. It wasn't there in the paper at all. But just it started with a single tweet. Social media brought a lot of attention onto this topic and addressed the depth of this particular issue globally. Besides that, plenty of other incidents have taken place where social media in the past and in the recent times as well have addressed plenty of issues across the world besides just climate change. Frankly, it's just a single tweet these days, just to make it a trend. However, there are other aspects where, search and engine optimization, current trending words and all that, that's all to deal with at the back end. But besides that, we have so many other platforms besides just newspaper and news channels these days. We have Instagram, we have Facebook, we have WhatsApp, we have Pinterest, we have Snapchat, we have endless number of, social media apps, and the list just goes on. But the best part about that, it holds massive potential. Most of the time, climate change isn't mentioned in, in the recent natural disasters. For example, cyclones in Oman that led to, swarms of locusts unleashed onto the world. It not only just affected Saudi Arabia, it affected India, 41 districts in India, causing massive crop damage. Was climate change mentioned by the media? Was it there in the news? But I'm sure it was trending in social media. Surprisingly, what happens, given I'm a researcher, we all are working on climate change in our own ways. But the conversation should not just remain within the researchers, it should go beyond. Researchers, as it is a very small group. How will you communicate? How will you engage the community with you so that they are motivated enough so that they take small steps each day to resolve climate change, to at least mitigate it, not resolve it. Of course, the resolution of climate change is a big, hope from just using social media. But social media can be used just to create awareness. Firstly, secondarily, like Facebook has these donation campaigns going on all the time. Like if on my birthday, for instance, like Facebook popped up whether I would like to, create a donation campaign or anything like that. These are little things that can be done. Donation is just a separate issue altogether, but I would still like to use social media how to educate others who are still unaware about the fact that climate change is real, it's happening, and it can cause damage to so many people, so many other things, our natural resources. Besides that, considering there are a lot of people in India who are still unaware of the entire concept, they are living their lives in a nutshell that climate change doesn't exist. I mean, I would not like to offend the privileged classes here, but come on. If you can manage carpooling, why use four, vehicles? Why buy four vehicles if you can manage carpooling? It's little steps that we need to think, we need to care about. But be it privileged or underprivileged of our society, we all are vulnerable to climate change as it is. The degree may vary, but the point is we all are vulnerable. Many organizations such as WWF, Greenpeace, CWS, A3, so many of them, they are using different various platforms across social media to generate awareness about climate change, conservation, and all of these issues related to environmental sciences. It's not just to, keep the communication within the researchers. The whole point is to generate awareness across the mass so that even a kid who is going to school, he should be worried that climate change is happening, what he can do, how he can motivate his aloof parents to take one single car instead of two separately. The intensity, the point should be that that's where social media can, play a massive role. Because gone are those days where we were just restricted to our computer screens. I think every kid these days who's going to a good school has access to phones. So besides using, if there are restrictions to Instagram or Facebook, but there's always WhatsApp. How to integrate information using WhatsApp is using different, videos, photos, interactive graphics, and whatnot. The potential is immense. It's immense. It may not be everything that we can, use to resolve or educate about climate change, but it's something, and it holds massive potential, and we should not underestimate the power of social media. We all have seen that there's something or the other trending on Twitter these days, which is, causing a stir. So I would like to sum up just by saying that our summit itself is a great example where almost more than 1,500 people are watching it. Even if just 15 people out of those 1,500 people go and talk about it, I think our job is done. I think it'll be great if, it just causes a conversation, because जब बातें होती हैं तो बात बनती है. That's all. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Anusha. This is wonderful. I think Dr. Trehan mentioned a lot about community media, and I think one great example can be how social media can itself be used as a community media. So thank you for the great points. Devashish, I would like to bring you in here where you can a little bit explain around how it is on the global terms, let's say in terms of international or global. If you can bring in some global perspective or how media is working towards the issue of climate.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Anusha. It was really a very engaging and very informative. You prepared a base for us to move forward, and also Professor Tehran has bring about certain points which are really informative, and it is a way forward to look at. So moving forward on what Anusha said, I would like to add on certain points that I believe that climate change is unobtrusive in nature. It is unobtrusive because of certain things. First of all, the ways to mitigate, the measures to mitigate climate change is very much dependent on society. It is very much dependent on people involved in it. So it is unobtrusive in character. Also, a lot of people don't know about it, and the desire to know about it is also less, because we live in a world where we live in a postmodernist world. So we have to understand certain things that goes beyond the blankets. So it is very complex in nature as well. That's why the role of media increased, because of the unobtrusive character of climate change. Role of media increases, and media is playing a remarkable role. No one can ignore the fact. We have seen that media is acting as a form of representation. It has encompassed a wide range of activities and modes of communication through it. It has developed over a period of time, and it is developing in many ways. Anusha already brought up the point how social media is now an active platform where people are discussing, where people are debating. But even before that, press and printed form, magazines, books, which still exist, but earlier it was one of the most prominent source where people are discussing certain kinds of issues, especially related to climate change. Apart from that, we have to understand the fact that climate change and its implications is throughout the world. Though certain category of people, certain sections of the people are more vulnerable to it, but it is a worldwide phenomena, and it is going to affect everyone. It is not a so-called problem of the global south, neither a problem of the coastal areas. Slowly, rather than fastly, but it will affect everyone, either the developed or the developing nation, in some way or the other. So media became really important because of all these aspects, because media is acting as a chain. It is a cord that is encompassing people. It is helping everyone in flourishing the information. It is communicating the importance, the necessity, and the requirements on required for, or the measures required for climate actions and climate to deal with the climate crisis. It is taking up certain forms like plays, arts, poetry, nowadays even debates and kind of discussion and speech, and the kind of panel discussions that we are having is also an important aspect through which we are trying to at least carry on the information that was once just among the people who are researching on it, to the general masses, to the rural people, to the people who are not very much ingrained in this kind of discussion. So through several means, through multiple ways and modes of communication, media is trying to incorporate a larger masses rather than a particular section of society in the climate debate. So we need to understand this role of media in a bit chronological manner. So I would like to bring upon that since 1930s, if not to be accurate, but approximately, since 1930s, climate science and media has came on a common platform. Mass media have started discussing climate crisis since 1930s. And we see an excerpt from New York Times, which mentions that, I'm quoting it, the earth must be inevitably changing and its aspect in the climate. So we see that platforms like New York Times started mentioning about it, and slowly it took different form. Obviously, in the later part of the 20th century, also in 1950s, we see that this kind of discussion on mass media and human contribution to climate change has took a proper platform and a shape. For instance, again, I would like to quote a story from the Saturday Evening, which explored the link between atmospheric temperature change and agricultural shift, as well as the sea level rise. So we see a very chronological and systematic development and involvement of climate change in mass media platforms, on several mass media platforms, not only per se print, but also on digital platforms, which started during that time. In this, we cannot, as also Anusha mentioned, the role of international and global organizations like United Nations educational programs, United Nations development programs. They also started incorporating climate change in their policies because everyone understood the importance of it. People have started understanding the importance of it, and they have got an idea that they have to think it. In all these, media took a very important form. So now moving forward in that manner, if we came around 1997 Kyoto Protocol, we see that countries like New Zealand, Australia, the Middle East, Asia, South Africa, journalists throughout these worlds have involved very massively on these discussions of climate change. As per the data of Legit, if we say that, there were around 3,500 journalists just in Japan from 160 countries discussing about Kyoto Protocol. So we can understand that what is the role of media in it, how much they have encompassed these ideas in it. So media basically acts as a platform which helps as an agent and also as a catalyst. They are catalysts because they helps in bringing about reaction and revolutionary change in the people, though they never claim to be directly participating in it. We know certain socio-political understandings that they have and connections that they place with. So they help in production, reproduction, and transformation of the meaning of climate change. And we have seen it how, since New York Times mentioned it, to the involvement of journalists in Kyoto Protocol. So we cannot ignore the fact that we live in a world which is more of full of nation states, and the idea of capitalism is very much dominant throughout the political circles and throughout the nations, from United States till Australia. We have hardly an example where you cannot feel an essence of capitalism. And same is the case with media, and media also bargains it. So there is a concept which we cannot ignore, that the news in media comes up and goes like waves. It comes up as a hot wave, it remains for a while, and then it goes. So it all depends on the investment that media do in consumption of these news. So we have to understand the role of capitalism and expenses and money in it. So it is important to note here that the media organizations, firms, have to go beyond that consumption and bargaining aspect of capitalism, where they are showing certain news just for the sake, because they are getting benefit out of it, because people are involved in it, rather than they have to think in a more social way, in a more generic way, and they have to generalize this concept of climate change so that it can reach to the last man standing, as Mahatma Gandhi also says, that all the change should reach the last man standing, the benefits should reach the last man standing, and media can play an important role in it. So we have to go beyond that. So I would like to conclude by saying that no one can deny the fact that media has played an important role, but there is much to do. Media has to came out of its own restriction, barriers, and resistances that it has created because of the socio-political alienations and also alienations that gets created because of these influences. And we have to include everyone in it. We have to discuss it. We have to make it a general public discourse so that these topics could get ingrained in everyone's mind, and we can come up with solutions that will be more holistic, that will be more beneficial for the society, mankind, and for the universal welfare. Thank you.
Thank you, Devashir. I think this is you covered a lot of great points in the short while that you spoke, especially from the global perspective on how things are moving. Without wasting much of time, do I have some follow-up questions which we'll take in the later part of the discussion? But I will quickly move to Luz here. Luz, how is the state of media in Panama? If you can bring in some perspective from there, over to you.
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you well.
So just tell us about the individual impact of the media, and if you can bring in some perspective from Panama.
Okay. Here in Panama, media has played an important role because here we have been. Thanks. We have been pretty needed from information, and we have been in different from different countries. We have had different. We were in clustered, and then we needed to the only information we had from outside and inside was the information we had through media. So actually we couldn't access so internet and TV was were the primary roles we have to access information and through medical support, and we needed to be constantly between organized schedule, um, which was between mornings and evenings. Uh, so we could had a constant review of information from medics, and then we could also have we could also have we could also have um, constant information about how medics were dealing with coronavirus. It wasn't easy because people were constantly in their homes and they were in fear about how the virus was treating other people, and the deaths were rising. But eventually, people started following the instructions about the medical support, and then that's why we could uh, find more, be more uh, toward health support. And then um, it wasn't easy, but people were actually trying to do their best. It, it really affected small business. It also affected restaurants and others locals. It was a big impact in the economy, and also people were angry because they really wanted to go out, but actually it was for the best, because so far the infection is still outside and it's still affecting other countries as well, and is still a big problem. People some people have not follow the rules, and that have been a big problem because the that had caused more deaths and more people were arrested as well, and for not following the rules. And indeed, Panama has gone through a lot of changes, changes like how security, uh, when it comes to health care, for also for pregnant women, who were really important because they were taking care of the babies at home, which was one of causing an alarm, because it caused doctors to think how to save these women from actually having problems, and if they haven't any birth labor into the homes, and they could be more safe, but they were worried about their babies. So actually also elderly people, they were and saying, and they were having enough support, because they were feeling that no one was into helping them. But actually some people called Panama Solidario was from the government, and they start giving support. They provided food to shelters, and then they provided also, it was a plan, and it stay nowadays they start giving like vale. A vale is like for people to actually have um, like a certain amount of money so they can have food also. And then it was
a really a good plan, but people still feeling that it's not enough, and they wish it, the government could support them somehow. But other people have been making their own way, and then they have been giving help to other people by their own means. Even the TV has really important media because they have been making programs so they can support people like entrepreneurship for small business, and this has been a way to change the how reality is right now, and then this has affected people's lives because people uh, thinks in a different way. They think more about their health. They think less about actually if they are gonna spend or not into material stuff, and they think more about providing their families, and that's what they think. And education also had been an important role because they created many programs virtually, and thanks to the media they have given um information to other people to carry and then to get to spread into diverse areas and indigenous areas also.
Great.
And then so to conclude, um, I think that if we all apport together, then we could help more people get into access of information, which is necessary because it's still not uh, secure, but it's important to know that we are all safety, and if it comes again a new coronavirus episode, then therefore we can all together uh, be well informed.
Great. Thanks, Luz. I think you brought in some very key points on how we dealt with pandemic and how media helped in there, and then all the other community things that you just mentioned. Uh, I mean, those experiences are very important. Those examples are very important on how media can help. So let me quickly move to Scarlett now. Scarlett from Romania, you started a blog, or you started sort of a news and journalism in Romania about climate. So, why don't you tell us about your experience? I think your experience from starting something and then reaching out to the public would actually mean a lot, because a lot of people who want to start something and who are facing the brunt. And Dr. Trehan was also mentioning about local news and local blogs and something like that. So, and you have done that. So, why don't you share your experience of starting that and how it has helped your cause and fight against the climate change?
Yeah, thank you so much, Samit. Thank you so much for all the information all the valuable information that you all are bringing on the table. Yeah, it is true. That's how I started my climate activism. I'm a full-time climate activist, and I started because I saw the flaws and the lack of media on doing this job in my country. I'm coming from Romania, which is one of the countries that doesn't have so much openness regarding the climate change, and we don't have the information because they don't want us to have the information. Last year during the wildfires in Siberia and Amazon, and I couldn't find any information in our traditional media about what was happening there. No one was talking. Like, we had millions of hectares of forest burning, and no one was talking about that. So I decided to put a series of Instagram posts
Instagram stories about what is happening, and I asked two friends to share the same stories. And the next day, the feedback was incredible. A lot of people were writing to us and saying, "Thank you so much for letting me know. I didn't knew about this. I had no idea why no one is talking about this." So because I'm kind of oriented on the growing part, I was thinking, what can I do now? And I opened a Facebook page. And in 1 month, we managed to pass 5,000 likes without any advertising anything, and we had thousands of shares because we are giving information, and basically we were not doing anything new. We are just reading a lot from other countries what was happening, and we were posting on that Facebook page, and people were sharing because people want to know what is happening. And people, we are social beings. We need the connection with other people. We need the connection with the world. So that's why the impact and the growing of the page was so huge. And this is one of the perspectives that I like to use this space to bring on the table. I'm having a journalist background. I've studied journalism, and there are like parts of the world where the media is doing their job and they are doing a phenomenal job. But then we had the countries from most affected areas like Eastern Europe, Middle East, Asia, where the media, part of the media, is controlled by the state. And that means we receive the information that the state allows us to receive, which is not full, which is not according to what we should know, especially when it comes to climate change. And this is like one of the things, because when I'm thinking about the media, since I have the background, I firstly think about traditional media, right? Like newspaper, radio. And I believe that the job of traditional media can be pushed further, because there are part of the world that don't have access to the internet, as Anusha said, and it's very like they don't have the resources to use social media. And with radio and television, you can reach more people than with social media, because in Africa the social media, the internet, it's a huge problem. And only the not privileged, because we cannot say that they are privileged, but yeah, they have the privilege of having internet, and only them have access to social media. So I believe that I want to bring on the table a push on how can we grow in this direction, and how can we prepare, because we are living a climate emergency, and in the future the systems are gonna fall down. And I believe, like, if you are here, we still have the chance to come up with alternative systems to keep this, because in my country media, it is says that is the fourth power in the state. I believe is the first one, because it brings the knowledge and it brings the information. Um, but what if we don't have the social media? And these questions brings another example that I would like to share with you. Lately, we are receiving a lot of oppression on social media. Facebook pages are taken down. Advertisements are denied because they are too political. So basically, what social media is telling us, that young people who are choosing to fight for their future are being too political. I found it a joke, to be honest, but we are facing this oppression, and I believe that is gonna be even more stronger in the future. So, what can we do about it? And the last point that I would like to raise awareness about is the disinformation and the fake news and the climate deniers. And I have a very strong example. At the beginning of the pandemic, when the media was saying a lot of things, it was a lot of disinformation. But what impacted me the most was what they said to the people in Latin America. I'm now doing activism on a global scale, so I'm working with different groups from most affected areas. And what media said to the people in Latin America, to the indigenous communities, was that sweating is one of the symptoms that corona has. And of course, they are living in a jungle. You are sweating a lot there. So they believe it, and they start going to the hospital because they thought they had corona, and they didn't have it, but they took it from the hospital and they brought it back to their communities. And the media has the responsibility for that, because they this information can come in multiple forms. You can say just a bit of the truth and not explaining everything, or not giving the people a chance to explore more options. So yeah, media and social media, traditional media and social media, contain great power that can be used for good or for bad, and that can help us or tear us apart. And each individual should have the responsibility to filter all the information. And if they have the privilege to have the social media or the traditional media, find a way to share that with the people who don't have the privilege to access this. And this is me. Thank you.
Thank you, Scarlett. I think you brought in a lot of great points. Uh, the last part of your talk, which is about how wrong information is also being spread. So, responsible media is in both ways, telling and not telling the truth and not telling the lies. I mean, both the things are very important, and both social media and the traditional media do come in play in their own aspects. So, very, very strong points. We do not have too much of time left now. The other panel is waiting for us. Uh, but I would want to just close it here saying that you guys brought in a lot of great points, starting from Anusha and how social media is powerful today, and then Devashish talking about how the media and the journalism has changed the picture of climate change on the international level, and Luz talking about how things, or how an example of how in Panama, I mean, the media helped. And Scarlett, thanks for bringing that perspective, which is very strong, because we all know media is very powerful, and we need to use it wisely. We need to spread the right information, and we need to spread information. That is very important. Even if we have right information, we don't spread it, that's also misuse. And if we have wrong information and then we spread it, that's also a misuse. So thank you so much for bringing all these great ideas on the table, and spending your time with us. Thank you so much. And I'll close it here, and I'll invite other panel to come on board. Thank you all for spending time with us. We'll take a very short 1 minute break just to bring in other panelists. So thank you once again. Hello, welcome back. We are here with our next panel. Uh, Preeti and the team, if all the panelists, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your cameras.
Am I audible clearly?
Yes, Rupa, you are audible, but you are not visible.
Yeah.
Hi, Jagrati, we can see you. Agnes, you appear to be a little dark.
Yes, I have some lighting issues here. I'll just, 1 second, I'll just be back.
Okay, no issues. So, Preeti, over to you. We are little short of time. The other panel also was, we had to wrap up before the time, before they could finish all their points. So, leaving it to you because we have another fireside chat after this. So, if you can try and wrap it up in the time. So, over to you. I'm not taking any more time of you. Just
Thanks, Sumit. Thank you so much for allowing us to start off. We'll just wait for at least 30 seconds for Agnes to be back. So we have, I'll just initiate the conversation and then maybe by that time, I'm sure Agnes would be back. So, hello everyone. We have actually reached the closing in a way because we are the last panel, which lets us greater responsibility of putting not only an end to the summit, but also putting together a vision in terms of how do we proceed for here. And that's how I formally opened the last conversation around rethinking cities with the view of the climate. Personally, as an urban development professional myself, I've been strangely very fascinated by the thinking of American Canadian journalist Jane Jacobs, who beautifully keeps on stated that everyone enjoys being part of the city if they're actually part of the building process. And while we debate how we reimagine our cities, there is an underlying message that came across from each of the panels in the last 2 days and also today, that how do we do things at an individual level and as a community level to bring about that change. And with that thought, basically I would kind of open it formally and say that it's interesting to see how citizens are taking in efforts to learn to adapt the climate change. They're learning to mitigate it and they're also limiting the impacts of climate change. So our panelists for today are Agnes. She's a student of public policy for India. Rupa, program officer from Quest Alliance. Rohan, who is a doctoral renewable student from renewable energy, and Jagriti, a law student and a freelance journalist. Uh, so on that, is Agnes back? So
2 minutes, I'm joining in from the other.
okay. Agnes, would you like to start or?
Someone else can go, please, before I'm just 2 minutes.
Okay, fair. Rupa, you can initiate the conversation and we'll have Agnes once she's back.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah. So thanks for giving this opportunity. I was just thinking that, when we talk about cities, we know that cities are complex network of systems that interact, that exchange information, materials, and also various things. And all of these are held together in some kind of rules, which is set by millennia of ecological change and also the recent governance structures. And there is a narrative, that there is a very dominant narrative that separates cities from the rural area. And that's why the planning of cities are done separately. So, but when you see, the assumption here is that cities can withstand alone all the extreme events. But these extreme events in the last few years are actually testing this assumption that cities are not isolated and that they are also facing this vulnerability. They are at high risk. And I want to also tell you that when we think about from the perspective of governance, the city planners, the task here, the task that city planners are facing is that we do not know when will or what will occur at an unexpected place or at in an unpredictable manner. We really don't know. So the city planners have to come with some kind of understanding and some adaptation measures, because cities are a place where social, biological, and technological elements meet together uh, to, for the human capacity to survive, especially during extreme events. And for example, when uh, there was no, I don't know whether there was no or any, but was there any city evacuation plan set around the neighborhoods of the places during Katrina? Or how was the Bhopal gas tragedy? How did the Bhopal gas tragedy affected mostly to those people who had least access to or control to the resources? So these behind the scene processes, these behind the scene are actually subtle and manifest institutionalized yet invisible processes, uh, leading to inequality, such as bias, racism, privileges, to their outcomes. Now, I want to bring you an example of Sikkim. I was very inspired by this example of Sikkim because so in 1990s there was a huge storm, and it led to accumulation of plastic waste in the drainage system of Sikkim state. And because of that, there was a massive landslide. And this triggered the state government, and they immediately thought of banning the plastic waste. And in 1998, Sikkim was the first state to ban plastic bags. And in 2016, they took another major decision of banning the packaged plastic water bottles in the government offices and government events also. And another thing was that they banned the styrofoam and thermocol plates from the whole state. So this is something small that was done at a policy level by the government, and it has brought a huge change. And Sikkim is setting an example with that. If we leave Sikkim and we go many, many years back to the Harappan civilization, one must notice that there was a most remarkable feature of the Harappan civilization. They had a covered drainage system, and it was built in such a way that it was not allowing solid waste to flow in it. Only water and the very small particles were flowing, and it was very beautiful structure. It was very nice. We all can learn from it. So there are many things that we can learn from our past, and it suggests a need to recognize that that we have to reconsider the dominant narrative of city planning and understand that city planning cannot be done in isolation. We have to consider the whole ecosystem. And now I want to leave the panel by dropping two questions in my mind. One is, we have to understand what are the gaps that we are experiencing in the city, and what are the portals, what are the plans, what are the and recovery of extreme events. This is one question. Another question, I would like all of us to understand, how can we all come together to bring the residents, the city planners, governing systems, businesses, all of us to stand together and come at the same page. So this is how I want to live. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Rupa. I'll just move on to Agnes right now. Thanks for coming in, Agnes, and just over to you in terms of your insights on it, please.
So I cities should be planned by keeping the green spaces in mind. So why I say this is because what we do today that can have a lasting impact tomorrow. That's what all our actions are. So when we think about planning cities, as a student of public policy, as a student, I always say this one thing, that what you're doing today, think about it for tomorrow also. And this example of this, I've seen it in my own city, that our city used to have my city, Vasco da Gama in Goa, used to have a lot of some green spaces, and there were these huge Ashoka trees. And it is, I don't know, I've read it through science. Ashoka trees and these huge trees, they take in a lot of carbon dioxide, they take in a lot of the pollutant from the air and give out fresh air. But now when these trees were cut like 8 years back, and that in that time nobody thought of its impacts. That time the municipality cut down these trees, saying that it's hindering the construction and all. Okay, so we said okay, cut it down that time. But the impact, and they planted like small palms. But this impact is seen now. In this era of COVID-19, and most of the cases in Goa, community transmission started in my city, and according to the Goa Medical College, when they did the research, they found out the comorbid conditions are more because the lungs of the people are already weak since, and then we have the port also very. There's a lot of transportation of iron ore, coal happening, and coal and all is very harmful. So that impact is seen now. So I would say that when you're planning something, think about it for the generation, think about the future. Now the impact is seen, and it's a very bad impact which is seen right now. So the comorbid cases are more here because of that, because the air is already impure and there's no fresh air being like pumped out from this. I would say that.
Yeah, thanks, Agnesh. On this, I'll move on to Rohan, and please share your quick thoughts around it so that.
Thanks, Preeti. I hope I'm audible. So, good afternoon. I would like to talk on how our cities can incorporate the cycling infrastructure and other sustainable transportation modes. So, we all know that modern cities around the world face these problems of traffic congestion and air quality degradation, primarily due to their car-centric transportation. So, considering the climate change perspective, we need to analyze the emissions associated with these cars and other vehicles, inherently the tailpipe emissions. So, the US Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, developed a fact sheet which shows that the tailpipe CO2 emissions from a liter of gasoline is around 2,348 grams of CO2, and from a liter of diesel, around 2,690 grams of CO2. An average passenger vehicle emits about 251 grams of CO2 per kilometer. So you can do the calculations for an entire city if you want. Hence, it is time for the cities to embrace bicycles and other sustainable modes of commutation. And walking, of course, is always beneficial. With this, we can decrease the use of private cars, which in turn improves the air quality, prevents traffic congestion, and reduce the need for parking spaces in cities. So these spaces could then be reconstructed for other useful purposes. Also, a person traveling by bicycle saves money by avoiding the fuel cost and parking cost. Cycling is also good for health and could be a very good leisure and social activity too. So how should an ideal city look like? It is pertinent that the modern cities build a combination of infrastructure options such as widened sidewalks, segregated and widened bike lanes, bike hire and secure parking infrastructure, redesigned intersection, and traffic signaling systems. The footpaths in the city need to be in good condition, should be spacious and well illuminated, and also free from car parking interferences. Also, the vehicle speeds should be kept low. The segregated bike lanes are far more effective in encouraging cycling and improving safety than the marked or painted cycle lanes on the street. Also, the traffic light signaling should prioritize pedestrians and cyclists by allowing them shorter waiting time to cross the road or to help cyclists avoid the red lights. The intersections should be redesigned to maximize safety for pedestrians and cyclists. So another key scheme to be stressed is the bike hire or share, which enables users to pick up a bike from one station and return it to another for short trips. So the extension and improvement of the bicycle networks to make all the areas accessible to the so-called non-motorized transport modes is crucial here. Cities also need to ensure that the walking and cycling networks connect with other transport networks such as buses and metro rail, and also with the key areas of the city. So this will permit them to be used as last mile transport stages. Cities could also consider closing down selected main streets occasionally on Sundays or public holidays for use by pedestrians and cyclists only. The employers can encourage cycle to work programs and introduce incentives and awards to motivate the colleagues. So how can a city implement these? Well, they can start out with an analysis of the existing state of cycling infrastructure, its safety, the quality of the existing networks, and about the different bicycle rental schemes available. They could then conduct a poll on whether investment in cycling and walking infrastructure would be beneficial for the city, which should also be open to possible criticism from the businesses concerned with the loss of their trade, like delivery vehicles, cab drivers, etc. So a positive messaging is critical to win majority support. So try to promote what the city cyclists will gain rather than what the car users lose. Then comes the establishment of the working groups by also involving stakeholders to discuss the objectives, strategies, and targets to set the strategic action plan. This group could design the new infrastructure taking into account the current transport situation, city's density, weather, topography, the demand of users, bicycle routes, bicycle stands, and other services required. Then they could call for tender for infrastructure development and operations, which is followed by implementation, including the construction of new bicycle facilities and services. So after implementation, the new regulations such as speed limit for cars, appropriate behavior of cyclists, etc. have to be enforced. For the success of this entire process, there is a need for support from local politicians and local cycling associations, which are powerful enough to influence the decision makers. Now, coming to the leading examples for the world to follow. We have this Copenhagenese Index, which is a comprehensive and holistic ranking of the world's most bicycle-friendly cities. So this evaluated and ranked over 115 cities around the world using 14 parameters. The top 3 cities are Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Utrecht, respectively. So in Copenhagen, about 62% of the inhabitants commute by cycle. Amsterdam has released an ambitious new plan for 2021 and are widening the existing cycle tracks to more than 8 feet and building more low-speed cycle streets. Here, all the streets are bike streets with excellent bike facilities, and there are separated cycle tracks. So this the speed control is built into the design and planning of the street itself. Utrecht is also aiming to double the bicycle commuting traffic by 2030. We have another example in Bogota, which is in Colombia, which has popularized a weekly Sunday activity known as Cyclovia, where over 60 miles of all the streets are closed to cars for people to walk or cycle. Elsewhere in China, the bike share systems have seen explosive growth since 2018. In India, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs launched the Smart Cities Mission, which promotes bike share as an option for first to last mile connectivity and encourages cities to implement bike share. So, making any city where most trips are done on cycles requires utterly discarding the conventional car-centric ways of thinking about transportation. So cities like Amsterdam were not always as bicycle-friendly as it is today. The policymakers and the residents have played the dominant role in reversing the trend. These examples should certainly motivate and inspire the growing cities around the world in incorporating the cycling infrastructure into them. So let us embrace bicycles for a clean, healthy, happy, sustainable, and lively future. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohan. That was such a nice one. I mean, the whole concept of cycling has come up in such a beautiful way. I'll come back to you with a lot of questions around what should be the future of transport, whether it's cycle, by or maybe walking. What should be, or is it the hyperloop? What are we looking at as the future of transport? But I'll just move on to Jagrati right now and hear her thoughts on that. You unmute, Jagrati. Unmute.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you. Since we are the last panel for the summit today, and the talk for today is solution oriented, I want to talk about minimalism as a solution to the damages caused by fast fashion trend, consumerism, and how it plays a major role when we decide to reimagine cities with a view of climate. I think the lifestyle in villages is already minimal for many legitimate reasons. I think the population living in cities is increasing and growing more and more materialistic with each passing day. With minimalism as a way of life in the urban areas where the maximum demand is coming from, we can consume less, produce less, and waste less. It will cover up the uh, topic of rethinking cities as we try to adapt climate specific solutions, uh, from which the central idea comes from minimalism. Climate change and its effect on global water cycles will be defining marker of the 21st century and will significantly impact not only the natural environment but also human civilization as we know it. Tackling climate change is the biggest challenge the human race has ever faced because it requires a fundamental shift away from the economic model that has created huge material advances over the last 200 years. But it is also an opportunity to create a different model of living that is both more sustainable and enables every global citizen to enjoy a quality of life that is today the preserve of only a particular group of people. Cities are integral to tackling the global challenges of climate change and water shortage for three primary reasons. First, cities are the major theaters of climate impacts such as drought and flooding. Second, because mayors, more than any other group of political leaders, have demonstrated a capacity to collaborate against climate change. Third, because cities are where the future happens first, and so are the birthplace of the new, clean, climate safe, and equitable world. The world is warming and more people live in cities than ever before. While these two facts might seem unrelated, they have an important connection due to a phenomenon called the urban heat island. When cities exhibit higher temperatures than the rural areas that surround them, particularly at night, this is known as the UHI effect, urban heat island effect. The phenomenon is the result of a combination of factors, primarily heat generated from large swaths of impermeable and non reflective surfaces, such as asphalt and concrete, that absorb and store heat. Minimalism is when every possession serves a purpose and brings a particular person some joy. The question what we need to ask us ourselves is, does this product is adding any value to my life? I willing to let the waste products go? Living more minimalism is in a crux, living more deliberately with less. But I can see that advertising has polluted and infiltrated culture in our world. It's in our movies, TV shows, books, almost everywhere. It's been a slow evolution. It's not something that has been happened yesterday. This is something that has been sold to us over past 100 years. Slowly but surely, by those who want to make a lot of money. They want us to believe that you really need these things. With each passing year, there's more media, noise, things, pressure, options, and stimuli. And by streamlining and simplifying and just letting people know that they have the option, it's that wake up call that is really valuable in a very critical time right now. I think we've only begun to re-examine what it really means to be successful in life. It's no longer about that Mercedes, no longer about the big mansion. I think people are beginning to understand that they've maybe been tricked. I think there is this underlying discontent, and I think that starts to manifest in our stuff. What I have experienced while I'm out on the road, that everyone is looking for meaning to their lives, but we end up fulfilling those desires by gratifying them in a starkly materialistic way is really an interesting phenomenon. You have this thing that you're obsessed, but then the new version of the same product comes out, which is new and improved in a dozen ways, and now you don't care about the one you have. That one is a source of dissatisfaction. But because we are confused about what's going to make us happy, things are taking over our social attachments as if objects are as important as people. An average person living in a village shops 2 seasons or max 4 seasons per year, but cities having 52 cycles per year. The population here thrives to stay in trend without giving it a thought. And the trend keeps changing every week so that people would buy something the following week, and all those things, when we don't use them, end up in landfills. There have actually been accounts of big fashion retailers bailing all of the clothes from one week together, slashing them with scissors, destroying them, and leaving them at the side of the roads so that nobody can resell them or even wear them. This era of consumerism, where cities are not paying the true labor costs or even the ecological costs of these things, drove the price of things down so far that used objects become worthless. For example, rice and beans cost more than used apparel. That's the world upside down, and mostly a city is a representation of such an extreme and profound unsustainability. Home consumer goods sector is on the same boat. If you think about the concept of materialistic satisfaction, it embodies it in it the idea that you can throw things away when they're not usable, but they no longer have that social value or they're no longer fashionable. People buy these things because they're trying to fulfill a void inside them, according to neuropsychologists. Um, it goes to a bottom line fact that you can never get enough of what you don't really want. Deep down, we don't really want more goodies, more toys, more cars. We want what they will bring us. We want to feel whole and content. This mindless consumption is also causing degradation of our habitat. We can afford to have 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We are closing in on 400 parts per million. It's caused by burning of oil, natural gas, coal, of all the fuels that we use to power our consumer economy, to power the making of crap that we don't need. This is real, and we really have to do something about it. We are not going to ever be able to achieve the environmental gains that we are seeking while still expecting our lives to be the same. We are going to have to give up a lot, definitely and surely. The secret is that the lot of it that we will give up, we are not going to miss it really. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to.
Wow, Jagriti. I mean, that is really enlightening in the sense that, I mean, a lot of thing gets so influenced. We had our panel on fashion trends yesterday, and we were discussing quite a lot about how to get into more sustainable ways of living. And garment has been one of the major conversation that we buy in more clothes. We are a generation that believes more in buying than repairing, unlike our previous generation. And so significantly in one way we are responsible for how the habitat looks today, not completely, but in a way to a large extent age old habits has led to what we are doing today. So Rohan, on the last question that I left you with was in terms of understanding what is the future of mobility. Is it walking, cycling, or more futuristic ways of using energies more constructively that can really push us to a greater and a better world? Unmute yourself, Rohan.
So I think today the point of discussion was mainly about the cities. So in cities, I don't see a better option than cycling and walking. Perhaps if we get a more integrated metro rail, and if buses around the city connect to all the places so that they become accessible to all the transportation networks. So then I think cycle and walking will serve as a last mile transport stage. So I don't see a better option for our cities than bicycles and conventional walking.
Would you also propose for more public transport to be like more carpools, having people to go together? That could be largely because even countries like China have seen a spurge in cycling, and that's also led to a lot of cycles being redundant, because that's also a pattern that builds up. And one of the I wouldn't call that a myth, but a lot of policymakers especially have a thinking that India does not have the right climatic condition for cycling. So whether it's due to extreme heat or the kind of weather patterns we have, so a lot of city governments refute the idea that whether the thinking flows down from the national governments that we should encourage more cycling, because cities like Amsterdam, Copenhagen are doing it so well, but they also have a different climatic condition in comparison to that of India. So what would be your thoughts on it?
It is true that now with all this COVID pandemic, people are turning more averse to public transportation facilities like metro rails and carpooling. So now people don't want to go together or share space with someone. But that's not a long-term solution. For long-term, we have to think more about this public transportation and maybe electric vehicles. So carpooling is a very good option, as one of the panels previously discussed. So carpooling is a good option. But for Indian conditions, cycling, yeah, people are adopting cycling, especially if you consider certain institutes in India, like in the Institute of Technologies, in the Institute of Science. So those kinds of institutes are trying to build up this cycling culture into their community. So such institutes and universities need to take the lead and popularize the cycling culture among their community first. So then the other universities will follow their example, and gradually I think we can move on to this cycling culture. So we need to definitely think away from this car-centric transportation and motor vehicles-centric transportation facilities. So it will take time, but I think this is the only way we have to reduce the emission in our cities.
Yeah, thanks, Rohan. And on this, I'll move away to Agnes and just here, as a public policy student, what do you think how our policies should, whether they are at par with our expectations of having a renewed cities? Are our governments thinking in that light, or do we need to really redefine our own policy sets to have a better world? And I'm thoroughly impressed by the way you talked about the nature dimension to it. The green recovery is an excellent way because it's better for the physical, mental health. And how does that make it into the policies, and how there should be a push from city governments towards it?
I feel that we as a public policy student, I'm saying this, that our government, we think of policies only for the short term. If there's this, we think about that. We don't think about the long term impact of this. So I feel our policy should really be redefined, and at least not like in a span of 10 years, but at least five years. As okay, I'll give a classic example of this. We plan to build a flyover. The flyover, we say, okay, we'll build it, but it takes 5 years to build. But we we built a flyover for the traffic which was there in 2015, but the same traffic won't remain when the flyover was built in 2020. The traffic just increases, and there are we've come across many cases where on the first day the flyover or new bridge opens up, there's the traffic jam, there's a lot of confusion. So our policies should think of the future, should think of at least 10 to 5 years ahead, that okay, this is the problem today, what is it going to be tomorrow? And that's what we don't think. And the same way we should think about our cities also. Same way in the current is the COVID pandemic. I mean, right now also we should think. So the impact we are seeing, what is happening right now. Example of floods in Kerala already given a warning saying, please, think about it, the impact. But I think they didn't think, and we saw the impact, what happened on Kerala and how it was devastated to the flood. And even Goa was given a warning. And right now also, that which development is happening, it's not happening in par with nature, it's not happening in par with the environment. So we should see in such a way that all the stakeholders are balanced, everything is balanced, and everything is satisfied.
Great. I mean, the note on balance is great. Exactly. Most of the coastal cities are going to go below the sea. So
yes.
Goa, cities in the eastern coast of India and down south, all are going just below the sea sooner or later. By 2015, maybe the cities are not going to even exist altogether, and all because of the effect of the climate change.
Yes.
And also Rupa touched upon a beautiful point in terms of Sikkim government taking the efforts to, ban plastic. It's a great way to see how a city really coped up with you can't stop landslides, but you can certainly mend your ways in terms of putting together how plastic can be taken out from your lifestyle. And there were significantly more points that you touch upon, but Rupa, I was just want to hear what would be the top 3 things that can change our cities and for the future in terms of looking from a climate lens?
So what me personally affected, and I also did a project in my post graduation, was removal of plastic waste. I really think plastic waste accumulates a lot of waste. I was in Ghaziabad when I saw that heap of mountain, the Ghaziabad dump yard. It's huge. It's huge. And I really think it's accumulated more of plastic and paper waste rather than other things. Because food waste can be composted, but plastic waste is the composition is like almost, you can say, impossible. So I think removal of plastic waste is something that government should make policy on. Second is that I covered drainage system. I think a better drainage system. I have been in Bangalore, and I know during rainy season, the water just gets, spread everywhere. It's dirty. It causes various health hazards. So this is second thing. I think drainage system has to be, done in a proper way, in a much better way than it is already, and a whole nation. I think nationwide. It's not about just Bangalore, but I'm just giving an example of Bangalore. And other thing is collection of waste. So when we are the last thing that you say, what are the top three things? The third thing is, I think, collection of waste. So every day a van is coming to waste to pick up your waste, but is it picking up all the waste? How aware are the citizens of the country, and how strong is the policy of the government or municipal? You can say that people are yet, even though there is a policy at place, but still people are not giving all the wastage to that van. And also that person in the van is also collecting only from the home, but there is no policy, or there is no work done to collect the waste from the ground, from the road, and those waste are again going to the drainage system. So I think these two, three things are that government can at least initiate with working on.
Great points, Rupa. You greatly touched upon the land fields and the dump yards, Ghaziabad, places like Mumbai, in Deonar, Kolkata, Bangalore. All of these cities have not really been well in terms of managing their waste. And there is, I think there is a sense of thinking there that they are pushing it towards a thought where we are looking at how best we can manage our waste. But that's also one of, otherwise a lot of them actually go back into the oceans, and that's not a wise way of letting go of our waste. So the more we cut down on such kind of things, maybe we would have a better world. And Jagrati, your last thoughts for the audience and the other panelists, please.
I think new technologies offer innovative approaches to city cooling. For example, scientists have developed a cost effective radiative film applied to the outside of buildings that reflects heat from surfaces and reduces internal temperatures. Trials showed it was capable of reducing the internal temperature to 20 degrees Celsius when it was 37 degrees Celsius outside. The rollout of driverless electric cars and other automated vehicles could help reduce the occurrence of UHIs thanks to their improved maneuverability and lower heat emissions. Such vehicles could enable the design of narrower street canyons and use of different road surfaces to further enhance cooling. Also, these infrastructural reforms could help reduce the temperatures in our spaces, and therefore the need of air conditioning can be reduced and the load on the environment will hence be reduced. That's all.
Great. One question I had was, when we talk about climate, it's not one climate across the city. So, in terms of, there's a lot of conversations around building neighborhood level climate strategies, because the heat island effect in one part of the city may not be the same, including that to air pollution, because when you think about that, at intersection, at traffic points, there would be substantially a higher level of pollution in comparison to rest of the city. So what would be your thoughts on it?
I think additional heat is generated mostly by urban activities such as combustion engines in vehicles and by the way cities are planned and developed. There is a direct correlation between UHI and population densities, I feel. 11 cities in arid environments suffer from the effects of UHIs, according to a report I just studied recently, with negative impacts on environment, people, and economies. Once again, the central idea, what I feel behind all this is if we control what we are consuming right now, then we could, I think, control maximum things, because the moment you put a thought behind your action, that itself, I think, is the solution again. So, yeah.
Yeah, greatly said that, maybe it's about conscious actions in terms of how we build our lifestyle at a individual and at a community level. So we do not have questions, but we do have a thought from Dr. Mani Ramakrishnan. He's just mentioned that why people are throwing single-use plastics permitted micron, it doesn't have money value. So let us increase the cost value of it. So people will not throw it, people will collect it and encash it for recycling. And single-use plastic should be banned through lakhs of crores of value industries depend on it. We have to make them to do some eco-friendly alternative choice within the timeline. I think a lot of the panelists will agree to it, Dr. Mani. And since Sumit is already here, we have come to the end of our discussion. I get it. We just closing it out, Sumit. And thank you so much to each one of you. You've been great. And thanks for your thoughts around how do we reimagine our cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I think it was a great conversation. I enjoyed all the thoughts that you guys shared, from cycling to the Goa experience of Agnes and Jagruti, the minimalism, and Rupa. I've lived a lot of my years in Ghaziabad, so I can feel what you were saying about the dump yard that is there. So thank you all for bringing those points, and thank you, Preeti, for moderating such a great panel. So this brings us to the end of the panel discussion that we have. But how we all bring this together? And there's a very interesting fireside chat we have in store for all of you now, because we all have to bring this all together. So whatever we discussed, it all needs to stitch together and result into some action. So while I invite the next speaker, there is a short quiz for all the viewers, for our viewers on YouTube, Facebook, and even on the Zoom call. So this is again another documentary. So if you guys, it's a Netflix documentary directed by and starring Kip Anderson that follows the shocking yet humorous journey of an aspiring environmentalist as he daringly seeks to find the real solution to the most pressing environmental issues and a true path to sustainability. So if you guys know the answer, please do mention in the chat box. We'll be announcing the answer very soon. Hi everyone, so we are back. So what is the Netflix documentary we are talking about here? Let me just read some answers on YouTube and Facebook. So Vidhi, Vora, you have always been the first one to answer. Yes, the name of the movie is Cowspiracy, the Sustainability Secret. Thank you. And now I welcome Giovanna from UK, who is a founder of a great social networking site called Woken Up. Giovanna, if you're there, you can turn on your camera and you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Is it working?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. Welcome, Giovanna. Let me just stop sharing the screen and so people can see you and
Thank
not the
you.
screen. So, welcome. I know I reached out to you on a very short notice, but it is important that we discuss about the very great point. Today, the whole day was about how do we solve the climate change, the climate crisis, the issues around us. And we started the day with climate entrepreneurship. And we all heard about in the last session, last panel discussion also, how cities should be thinking about it. We also discussed individual behaviors and all. But all of this ties into one thing, as in, if we start something new, we all need to come together. So, what are your thoughts around it? And then we can talk about how you started a new a social network, which is about SDGs and sustainable development. So, what are your thoughts around it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for asking the question. And it's been definitely very interesting hearing everybody discuss the different ideas and concepts and opportunities that we have to change things for the better. And I have to say, in my experience in corporate responsibility, data gathering, and understanding and analyzing what is it that is happening in the world in terms of consumption and all the industries and how we're all participating, what has been the biggest factor that has moved me to get involved with Woken Up has definitely been the aspect of engagement and participation and collaboration. The reason being that over the decades that we've been trying to develop, how do we come up with a better sustainable approach to businesses, profit with purpose, has always been the holdback is that everybody's quite separated. We all have different communities doing different pieces of work. Everybody's trying to achieve the same goals, but we're all walking different paths towards the same goal, which, if you think about it, it costs more. It creates a sense of separation, and it separates the groups in a way that it's not even a cultural thing. It's about how are we approaching the solutions. But when we come together, we reduce the costs, all the good ideas that we have, much like it was being discussed about transport earlier. If we look at what other people are doing, we start to ask questions, how are you doing this? We're probably going to be able to save ourselves time, money, and keep ourselves more encouraged about the future, because the future is bright if we come together. So in Woken Up, what we're trying to do is give an opportunity for all the different groups and individuals to discuss and talk about the things that they care about. And when we care about something, then we start to develop that into a project. And if we look at the bigger picture of how we can involve the different groups, that project can be delivered in a very effective and efficient manner. So that's our approach to collaboration, and why I personally believe it's extremely important to come together to be able to do more for the planet and for society.
This is very important, actually. The points you just highlighted, that we all are working towards the same goal, but we all take different paths, and definitely it costs more. But why is that? Do you see collaborations happening? Have you seen collaborations happening? Because when I was doing my research under this project EnviroWare, I found a lot of similar ideas being done by a lot of different people. So if there are similar goals, there are similar ideas, why are people not collaborating yet? So is there any analysis you have on this?
Interestingly, last year, throughout the whole year, really, I tried to understand why there were so many specifically data gathering platforms out there that all claim to be the one to use. And I did a lot of personal research because I was interested in understanding why CEOs and leaders behaved in that manner, and saying, sending that message out there saying we're the only ones that you should go with, we're the people that you should work with. But at the same, in that same process, I came across a couple of them that actually sat down with their potential clients, organizations, and partners. And as they reviewed their needs and understood what is it that they're trying to achieve, they realized they were not the best solution to go with. And therefore, they either recommended a different solution, or they went and called on to a partner and said, let's come together and work this together. As long as we deliver the right we give the right solution to the potential client, partner, and so on. So what that led me to think about is people's behavior and attitude. Naturally, entrepreneurs want to succeed at what they're trying to achieve. Good leaders want to come together with others to bring everyone into the same success story. I think there's a pinch of arrogance from many out there that are trying to come up with their own version of a solution. I think there's a pinch of lack of understanding and education that happens. I'm not saying everybody, but I think there is a pinch of that. And I think we can overcome that when we open the platforms like Woken Up and this summit to everybody to be part of, and really think about what already exists and what we can use and leverage each other's strengths to come together and bring a better solution for everyone. I think what needs to happen is a slight change of attitude around what are we doing this for? Because what changed my heart completely to the way I wanted to mold my career in the future is it's no longer about me. I'm not saying I've reached the end of my personal achievements in life and so on, but what do I have to give to the next generation when I have got to a point where I've seen quite a lot and I can do a lot for myself, but I want to leave more for the future. So I think that the complaint that we're hearing from the younger generations that the older generations don't care about them is not necessarily right, but there is also a little bit of truth in that we need to get to a point where we start to think about the future with or without us being involved, and then think about how do we bring that together. And that could mean putting your guard down, dropping it down and working with others to do more.
Yeah, that's very interesting actually. Considering this, there's one last question that I have is considering we all have a lot of social networks now going on, like we have a LinkedIn where a lot of collaborations happen. And then we have Instagram where the youth is collaborating more. So what is the central idea of Woken Up, and why do you think it is different, and why people should actually come there?
That's a really good question, and when it's actually the whole purpose of its existence is that what Simon, our founder, found when he was doing his research around being able to give back was he started to look at all the social media platforms as well as doing research on the internet. And what he found is that he was spending all the time trying to put everything together in one place so he could understand and analyze. And then when he looked at it from a different angle, which is where I was coming from, is when you're an organization, a very well-known brand, and you have a presence in social media channels, every channel has a different agenda. Every channel has a different audience, and therefore your message is not necessarily consistent around your values and profit and purpose. So when we started to look at Woken Up, what Simon wanted to see is organizations focusing on what matters to them in terms of social and environmental impact. So that message can be clearly delivered to the different audiences, so it can create a much higher level of engagement and collaboration. So going back to the point of where, when you look at social media, the different channels, is there are so many things that are shared. There is staff announcement, there's things that are happening, there's sales and things. So the message around profit and purpose is lost. But when you look into Woken Up, you look at the platform, the activity there is consistently all about environmental and social impact, which is what we want to see. Which means now with the different features of the platform, we're now starting to see how collaboration is happening. Our different partners, we have over 100 partners in the platform, are starting to talk to each other about how can they work together, because they realize you're doing the same thing I am doing. So you're working towards the same SDG. Let's look at what you've achieved. Let's look at what we've achieved, and perhaps save ourselves some time and potentially costs.
Yeah, that's very interesting actually. And considering what you just last mentioned, if the people are doing same things in different geographies, they can together become a collaborative, learn from each other's experiences, and maybe streamline their own work towards the SDG they're trying to achieve. The best part about the platform that I found was the agenda itself is SDGs. So why do you think SDGs have to come in place? Because there are a lot of work people might be doing which might not align to one single SDG. So what is the idea? How did you bring the whole central idea of SDGs into the platform?
Sure. So for those who are not familiar with the SDGs, when they were implemented by the UN, they are a framework to be implemented by governments, to be presented by governments and implemented by individuals. And what we have found is that there is a slight break in between who's responsible for reporting upon them, who's responsible for delivering upon them. So there's a piece around that has to do with education. which means that the more we help organizations and individuals to understand how the SDGs work, rather than thinking, oh, we want to deliver 15 SDGs, which is actually incredibly difficult, they can start to focus in the areas where they're already doing something about. If you look at the SDGs and the different targets, as an individual, the likelihood is that any human being can possibly start to contribute towards them. So simplifying that process would be really helpful, which means that if you take the time to analyze that in a very meaningful way, as an individual, organization, government, you can assess whether there are areas of commonality with others and start to understand where the different aspects of benefits are. Rohan was talking about transport specifically, and that caught my attention for one simple reason. He clearly did his research around different cities in the world that already benefit from that. And that's a living example of what we could do around benefiting from the knowledge of other cities, other countries, other regions, and delivering it into a project and then tying it to the SDGs. Now, the SDGs at the moment are now becoming part of the other data gathering and reporting frameworks, which simplify things. But let's remember that all of these are guidelines, they're frameworks that have to be put into practice and they have to be implemented by us. It's everybody's responsibility to do that.
Great. So you just cited the right example of partnerships and why SDGs are important. One last question to you in this little chat that we're doing would be, like you started the conversation with all the pages that on channels on other social media have their agendas. So how are you trying to safeguard Woken Up from being agenda driven?
It's very interesting that you asked that question. It's a really good question because we've been asked that from day one. Ever since I became involved, in fact, I believe I asked that question from Simon when he showed me his mission and vision for Woken Up. I started to think, what would be the difference between Woken Up and all the other channels where people individually and purposely create an echo chamber and really don't move forward because they refuse to listen to others? I truly believe that when you are walking this life with a very clear vision and mission that you want to do things for others, that comes back to you. Whether you believe that is karma or do you believe that is whatever it is that you believe, I think what you sow, you will reap. And what I have found, and to my surprise, even though I consider myself a woman of faith, I actually realized it is happening. Everything that we go for in terms of partnership and the people we invite to the platform is to ensure that we deliver a benefit to others. And we're thinking about others constantly. We sometimes forget to think about how we're going to do things ourselves, but we keep thinking about others, which means that when we invite organizations, when we create partnerships, when we talk to people, there is a synergy that is almost natural. And when you look at the content in the platform, that is reflected so easily. We haven't had to use, we're not going to use algorithms. We don't manipulate the content. We have given the users the freedom to participate and create collaboration, and it's happening. If I was to say to you that we have a secret, the only secret I could tell you is that do things for others and good things will come back to you.
Wonderful. I mean, that's a very great parting thought. So by the means of this summit and all the people who are watching us live, I would want to encourage everyone to actually go to wokenup.com and see what kind of network they have built. I've been part of this for quite some time now. And all the young leaders who are here, they all need to understand the power of collaboration, because it's not important that we all build new solutions. It's important that what we want to achieve might already be there. Let us join hands with them and further that vision together instead of starting something on our own. So thank you, Giovanna, for your time. One last comment for you to the youth, the young leaders who are there. If you wanna say one statement to them, what would that be?
I would absolutely say the same thing that I would say to someone my age or older, is that when you do good to others, good does come back to you. Don't lose track of what really matters in this world because of the politics or conflict or the things that are happening. Those have been happening forever. We don't really have control over everything, but what we can control is where we spend our time and effort. And so good seeds, good fruit will come out of that.
Yeah, great. I mean, that's what I think that they need to believe in. Otherwise, they won't move forward towards the good thing that they want to do. So, thank you, Giovanna. That brings us it's a very short but very encouraging conversation. I think we all need to understand the power of collaboration, and you are the living example of how you're building this new platform. And I hope all of the people here would join hands there. And then, further their missions by support of the Woken Up as a platform.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the whole summit, everyone. So what happens next? So thank you so much for attending. I mean, I know we have almost had almost 850 to 900 viewers every day. All the young people we heard from all around the world have shared such great experiences. I can't even believe I learned so much from them. I heard people being emotional while talking about their area because they don't get a place to talk about all of this. And the young people who are trying to do new things, the tremendous amount of research they brought in while they were talking, the experiences, the live examples, and the kind of the mix that has happened, and the kind of networking that has happened with all the young leaders in this short span of 3 days. It truly believes that the young can actually change the world. One important thing that I highlighted in the morning as well is that the women in the world who have not got their space, their place in the decision making table, and the young who have not gotten their space in the young decision making table are the ones who are going to change the world. You can see it in this summit. You can see it everywhere. The countries which are run by young leaders and women leaders are doing much more phenomenally than the others who have been working with the same traditional mindset. So while we end this summit, I want to tell all of you that all of the proceedings of this summit are live on YouTube and Facebook. They will not be removed. We will also process them and making smaller videos for you to pick up one session that you want to see specifically instead of watching the whole 6 hours, 6.5 hours of one video. Also, there will be a publication after this the summit of what we have been discussed, what the different viewpoints all the other panelists and the keynote speakers brought in. So stay tuned. This is not the end. We will be doing more summits like this. I hope that this summit actually becomes the platform where youth can actually raise their voices. We did not have any political representation or world leader representation here. Maybe I think in the first summit it was not required, but hopefully the younger people, the leaders of the world would actually come here, listen to the younger people, what they have to say, and bring them to the decision making table, take the inputs, because they are the ones who are the future of the world. If we don't count them in, if we don't bring them into the decision making, I think what the world we are trying to make will not be any useful, because they are the one who's going to live in it. So with this parting thought, I thank you all for being with us all 3 days. It's been a great journey. I hope for you as well, because it was incredible for me and the team here. And lastly, I would want to thank enormously to Preeti, to Sonal, to Shalini, who have contributed a lot in supporting me in getting this summit right. So thank you all for all the effort. We'll meet sometime when the pandemic gets over. We hope to, if possible, we will do a regional summit where all the people can actually meet and do more networking together and bring these ideas together. And yes, go to wokenup.com. It's a very important, very great platform for all of you to collaborate and talk about without any manipulations, without any censorships. Talk to each other, and bring the ideas together. So thank you all. This is Sumit Arora from Project Enviro Aware signing off and at the end of the Young Leaders Summit. Thank you. Namaste.